All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome back to the Real Precious. It has been an evening so far. We are going to have a great live tonight. We're gonna have a great live tonight. Y'all done seen the the clip art. So y'all know what we talking about tonight. Okay, y'all know what we talking about. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I wanted to go over some things that she has been saying in the media and kind of dissect them because it's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Thank you to everyone who has joined. Definitely make sure you hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button as you come in. I appreciate you guys for being here. Hit the like button, hit the like button, share the live. But hitting the like button will agitate the algorithm a little bit, let everybody know that we are live and that we are having this conversation. Um, and you guys know that I do drop the link for anyone who is interested in joining the live. All I ask is no disrespect, okay? RESPCT. This is what you're gonna have when you come over here, okay? So no disrespect. Other than that, you don't have to be on camera. However, when you do come on stage, I do have to see your face behind the scenes, so I know that you are real. Okay. But you do not have to stay on camera if that is not your preference. Okay. You don't have to show your face. That's okay. So we are going to get started. And first, I want to know how my panel is doing. Right? Our pain, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing fine. Been a busy day.
Yeah.
How are you? What's up, Frank?
What's good with it, man? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, man. I seen your streams up earlier, man. So definitely had to drop by and show some love. And how you doing today, Miss Precious?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Our pain, I missed it. I took a nap today, y'all. I was
What'd you
tired.
say?
I took a nap today.
Oh,
Okay.
that's nice. So that means what? We're gonna be up to like 4 o'clock in the morning.
No.
You know it, RP. We up.
And that's not what that means. Okay. That's not what that means.
You look well. Okay, you look well rested.
You look
Thank
well
you.
rested. You've been
Yeah,
asleep. You've been knocked out. So guess what? That means this is gonna be a
there
four
you
and a
go.
half hour show.
No, it's not. No,
Oh man, ain't nothing wrong with a long show as long as it's interesting.
I took a nap and then I woke up with a crazy headache. It is going away. I took some medicine. I don't like taking medicine, but I know that we're on the live. I would have just slept it away. So I would have got up, head hurt, and would have went right back to sleep. We have a show to do. We have a show to put on. And so I had to, take the proper medications to
Coach Ferg.
to make sure I was available. Then I was having some technical difficulties. So guys, thank you for bearing with me and kind of working with the delay there. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you to all who are watching. Again, hit that like button. Hit that like buttons are now. I see you in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Marriage, Politics, and Sports is in the chat saying, Dr. Bryant, the thirst is real and deep. Thank you so much for being Coach Frank. Where you at? Where are you? De donde eres? Where are you? The Real Russia Show, grown conversation for grown people. But yes, we are going to get in it again. Hit that like button, share the live. And if you like to join the live, I will drop the link in the chat once we are done our first, or once we get into our first topic. And speaking of that, our first topic I saw, and the explanation this woman gave for why men don't want to see women in their makeup is totally obnoxious to me. And I wanted to bring here, and I'm pretty sure y'all gonna think the same thing, but I wanted to bring it here because there are women who face will be beat down to the gods. Okay. And I remember seeing one video of a guy breaking up with the woman because she kept her makeup on for like 2 or 3 days. And her boyfriend was like, why you gotta keep your makeup on for 2 or 3 days? And her explanation was, you know how much it cost me to get this makeup done? I am not wiping it off my face at the end of the night. But then she goes, but if you would have told me to take it off instead of being disrespectful, blah, 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 I would have taken it off. Now, I don't believe that one because if it costs what it costs, then no matter what he said, you were going to continue to wear the makeup because you spent your money on it. But let's get into this clip because I think this girl's name is Jess a lot of Jesses around here. I think her name is Jess as well. But let's get into it. Y'all hit that like button.
State before they get in a real relationship with us. Whenever I've heard a man
what's up with StreamYard? StreamYard, get it together. Please. This is about the second or third show. We come on. I'm already having difficulties over here. All right, let's go.
Natural state before they get in a real relationship with us. Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep. Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora and get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything. He doesn't want you to have the thought process of maintaining yourself.
I'll tell you something right here, right now.
We'll listen to him in a little bit after you guys give your spiel on this. But what do you think about that? He wants to strip you of everything when he tell you like what? I just don't know if they listen to themselves talk after they say craziness like that. But what do you guys think?
I think
Listen.
I think they listen to themselves. I think they just like listening to themselves is what it is, right? So I think a lot of women be feeling like everything a man asks is just like modern day, slavery. You trying to, make me feel like I'm so, I'm just a prisoner and all of this, and you could just make me do what you want me. It don't even gotta be like that. It be over basic purposes too. It don't even be over nothing drastic, not asking you to just change yourself and, do all of these things. Just be, something simple. I like a woman who rock short nails. But I wear long nails and I only wear long nails. So if a man can't accept me for wearing my long nails, then I don't want to be with that man. Like it's really that deep to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things. I think that it just be another thing for a woman to say like she's being held back, and then to say you can't finance it. Like, like I mean, I got a bald head, I cut my own, but I'm just saying, you financing my beard getting lined up every week. You know what I'm saying? You fight like what is the real deal? That's the same shit when they say, you know how much I put like. When we go on dates, I gotta use my makeup, and you know how much money I pay for my makeup. You know what I'm saying? I had to put in all this effort because I paid a lot of money for my makeup. Like, it don't make no sense to me. It's just wild. It's just wild.
Well, I think, listen, I don't want to speak on this because this got to be one of the modern day bullshit, right? See, men have to realize certain things that women say should be to discriminate on whether you want to continue with her or not. Mm-hmm. The very first time a woman says some shit like what she said to me, we wouldn't see each other no more. I mean, it wouldn't be no discussion. I wouldn't say, because what's worse is if she really believes what she's saying, that's even worse than her gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? If she really believes what she's saying. So I don't know what to say because I think she was trying to be serious. And that's about it. I don't even know if I'd get into a discussion with a woman if she told me that. Listen, my wife, we've been married for a long time. The reason why she has the job that she has, she couldn't live off of that. That's fine because she didn't need to. But it goes to all her upkeep. Mm-hmm. She wants a new dress. She wants to keep her hair done. She wants to do her nail. I don't finance that. Now, maybe I'll give her a gift spa thing, so Igor could have his way with her, every so often at the spa. But other than that, she pays for all of that. Right. And she never said, well, pay for that. I'll give you a gift card. I know women like that spa treatment stuff. That's nice. And she come back smiling a little bit too much, goddamn it. But that's another story. That's another that's another story. You know what I'm saying?
Say,
You have done your research.
That's another story. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
okay, we
but
can just skip on past that. But that lady, I've seen that clip so many times, and every time I see it, she looks stupider every time she says it.
yeah.
I scrolled up on that. I said, "Is she serious?
Oh, she definitely
Is she
serious.
really serious? When a man tells you that he just wants to strip you of everything,
Jesus.
Yeah.
he doesn't want to be able to finance it, and he's telling you that he don't want you to go to Sephora. What?
He probably don't even know what Sephora is.
Oh
You know,
no, she do. If you
no,
look
I'm
at her,
talking about the man. I mean, the man. He don't
right,
know it.
right, he don't know what Sephora is. Right, you're absolutely right. But I just think it's just crazy how you can come up on a podcast show, platform, whatever it is, and say something like that with a straight face.
Well,
And
one more
be
thing. One more
serious.
thing. When you finish, one more thing on that. Let me finish this. It also tells you what kind of men she's dealing with.
Hmm.
Not because they don't want to pay for that, because that wouldn't even be a discussion with a guy that she's actually looking for, right? The guy that she really wants. If he says, "Listen, I want to see what you look like," and she really wants him, she'd be wiping that stuff all off and everything.
And that's the thing. Most guys, I probably say 99% of guys are going to want to know what your face looks like with no makeup. I don't understand how hard that is for women to understand. You want a man to join in a lifetime commitment with you, yet you have this idea of why he wants to see you with no makeup. And the idea is so asinine that you really have convinced yourself that it's a different reason other than what he is telling you.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
We're gonna get into the man here who is I forget his name, child.
I think is that Tony Baker, the comedian.
Tony Baker. There you go, comedian.
All
Yeah.
right, let me hear what he has to say.
Now, I can't speak for all men. I can only speak for me. Now, if I want to see a woman's real face, actual face, no filters, no artwork, which I respect, but I want to see what you really look like. The hair, I ain't really tripping on. I can care less about the hair. I want to know what you really look like. I don't think that's fair. If we're going to be dating, we're going to be talking, we're going to be making out, we're going to be waking up in the morning looking at one another, I want to know what you really look like. And I think that's fair. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't got nothing to do with the money. I want to know what your eyeballs look like raw. You know what I'm saying? Your cheekbones, your lips. Is that so much to ask? Am I being offensive? Because I want to see your real face? Because I'm coming in real face. I'm coming in real face. This is my real face right here. Ain't no filters. This is my real face all day, every day. So I just want the same. I just want the same. I want to know what you really look like. That's all. It ain't got nothing to do with the money. It's just visually. Who I'm kicking it with, who I'm face to face with. Because if we making out, we forehead to forehead. We eyeball to eyeball. We nose to nose. I want to know what your real nose look like. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And if that's offensive to you, then we just ain't matching off the top. Because I feel like you an undercover cop. You ain't who you say you are.
It don't get no simpler than that. Good evening, Uncle Rick. How are you?
Man.
But it don't get no simpler than that. It's very 1 + 1 = 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it don't have anything to do with the money. At the end of the day, when I lay down with you, I want to know what you really look like.
Right. I just want to know who I'm coming. I just want to know who I'm coming home to.
Right.
That's it. I want to know. I want to know that you're the same person that I left with.
We don't
That's
need
it.
this part being a different color than this part. You know, we don't need the that's where drag queens came from, right? The drag queens put on all the makeup, they put on all that makeup, right? And then they go out and they perform these shows. However, the real woman took what the drag queens were doing, and now they do that Sunday through Saturday.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, Do you even know what you look like? Now, don't get me wrong now, okay? My naked eyeballs without eyeliner and mascara, it's a little too naked sometimes for me. But on a natural, regular day, yeah, I may put some eyeliner on, mascara, and a good old lip. Okay, I'm always going to have a lip. All right. But at the end of the day, I don't have all that stuff where you got 4 layers, then you gotta put the setting spray on. Special occasions call for special times and special days to be all made up and all dolled up. But when you have to when you spend in a bag at Sephora every 2 weeks or whatever the case may be, more often than you should be, that's a problem. It should be a problem for you, and no man is going to want to finance thing. I remember working with this one lady when I was younger. I worked at a restaurant, and she was an older lady. She was like in her 40s, and I think she still works there. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I work here for my shoes and my bag." Mind you, her husband, great career. She has a great family, granddaughter now. But she was like, "I work here for my shoes and my bag." Because that's what she wants. And her husband is pretty much like, I'll give you everything else you need, but you obviously have a love for these. And if you have a love and a passion for these things, work for them.
He pays for her life. She pays for her lifestyle.
Right. But
Yeah.
what is your input on this, Uncle Rick?
I don't know. I didn't watch the video.
Oh, I'll play it again.
I'm just nodding my head.
You think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us? Whenever I've heard a man say,
first of all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop it, but she didn't even answer the question, okay? The question was, do you think a man should see a woman in her natural state before he gets with us?
you think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us? Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep. Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora and get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything. He doesn't want you to have the thought process of maintaining yourself.
Tell you something.
And then it's just Tony Baker.
Yeah. I've seen this before. Okay. Okay. Shout out to y'all. How y'all doing? What's good?
What's good with it, man?
Happy hump day. Spring break coming up for most people. Most people probably in spring break. Shout out to y'all.
2 weeks, spring break.
Nice. She got y'all. Hey, she got the brown skin sisters out here taking L's. That's all I'm gonna say. Is this your queen? Is this you guys? For one, hey Rena. For one, I'm willing to bet you a steak dinner at your favorite spot. Wagyu. That her skin is horrible under there.
Probably.
That woman's skin is horrible. Right? Don't nobody want to be making no ugly kids with y'all. I want to know what my kids gonna look like. You out here putting literally makeup on a pig. Calling yourself cute. You're not cute, ma'am. You're not pretty, ma'am. That's what all these girls walking around here putting on faces talk about. No, you're just very good at drawing. Get these chicks some coloring books. Hey, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. What she's like, this is what I'm telling y'all. When I respond to things, y'all, I'm gonna let y'all in my head, right? People answer from their perceptions, right? The reason why she can spit that out so fast with no remorse and no thought, because that's her thought process. You understand what I'm saying? Right? She honestly thinks her wearing makeup, spending I don't know how much money, believing, and I'm sure some suckers or some, but I ain't gonna even say men, right? Because men, I mean, we all bumping uglies under the waist, right? It ain't pretty, right? But I'm sure some men and a lot of women, oh, you're so beautiful. Your face is you're right. Your face is beat. Your face is beat up. That's why you need all that makeup. What do you look like under there? And to sit up there and even try to take the stance that it's something a man's try to take away from her, lets you know how she thinks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see what you look like, and that's a problem, bitch.
That's crazy.
That's all I got on it, man. That's crazy to me, but you know, everything sells for black women nowadays.
No doubt.
JT, good evening. How are you? Welcome.
Hello. My mic sounds nice.
Yes, sir. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing well. What's up, fellas?
What
How
up,
you
bro?
doing? How you doing, Precious? Oh, man. Here we
Did you see
go.
that video?
I saw it. Absolutely. We lost. We lost. Someone is saying that, and I wonder where they get these concepts from. If a man says that he wants to know how you look, it means that he can't afford your upkeep. That's wild. That's crazy. And it's kind of like I'm at the point now where they just making up anything now. Just making up anything. This can't be real world. I refuse to believe that you have the algorithms in the real world where women are actually telling men these things. And they're going, I don't believe that there's enough women that even are being approached anymore. I think they're just saying whatever they want to say on these platforms now. It's crazy. That's wild. We've always said that we like to see how our woman look when she's just waking up. That's always been the thing with men. I want to see how you look. That's when I see when you're at your most beautiful there. You know, when we see you put the little makeup or whatever on, that's something totally different. We already know that you're beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So, I got to say that the majority of women I've dated, been in long-term relationships with, they use makeup at a minimum. Mm-hmm. It's not an issue with them. They get ready to go. It don't take long. I think they spend more time on their hair than they do anything else. But when it comes down to makeup, I guess it's just the era too, because most women I dealt with, lip gloss, and the only time I would see a woman putting a foundation and stuff on is when we have an event, right? Mm-hmm. Most of the women that I've dated, they don't really like that. They don't want to have to deal with the whole thing of taking the makeup off and have to, I've seen it many a times. That's a task. And they would never go to bed with makeup on their face, period. So, I don't know, man. I have no idea of where these next generations are going. It's crazy.
Good evening, Coach Berg. How are you?
How you doing, Miss Precious? How everybody doing, man?
Doing well. So what do you have to say for this woman who thinks that men just want to strip you of everything when they want to see your natural face?
I saw this video sometime back. I never really been attracted to makeup anyway. That was something that, my mother didn't wear a lot of makeup. My mother had moles just like I got them. You know what I'm saying? And she was still attractive. All my aunties had. So I've always been attracted to that in women. A little lip gloss, like them lip shine, maybe a little, the little eyeliner or something just to highlight. But that was it. That's all I needed. Plus, when you dressing up, you don't want that makeup all on your clothes and shirts and shit. And to me, I mean, I don't know. I just think women ain't as clean as they were back in the day because they covering up blemishes that really have to do with how they take care of their skin.
Mhm.
And it's, I don't know, a lot of women drink, a lot of things that they take, they diet, all of that gets in their skin. And one thing about us, man, we let our skin breathe. My father used to always be big on let your skin breathe. And that cleans some of those impurities out of your skin. But if I'm constantly covering it up, then I sweat, then I dry up, it does a toll on your skin. And a lot of women use perfumes and they soaps and things like that. And that's not really good for them either. So, as far as a man not being able to afford it, yeah, I ain't never been able to afford a woman's makeup. Never in my life. I would never even think about it either. If she gonna disqualify me for putting a mask on, then I'm just disqualified. So salute to the brothers who accepted. But
Can you bring the video back up? Don't play it, just bring it back up.
Her face looked 2 different shades.
Bruh, you seen it, right? Listen, I experienced this when I first joined the army, and it made me never want to date girls who wore a lot of makeup ever again. You know what I'm saying? I had a fresh Kobe Bryant jersey, the white joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And she put
her clothes.
and she put her head on my shoulder, and I was like, "Oh, okay." You know what I'm saying? I went home, I looked in the mirror, I said, "Oh, hell no!" Nah.
It don't come out either.
Yeah, I had the brand new Kobe Bryant jersey. I had to throw that shit away, man. I was like, yeah, never again. Yeah,
it don't come out.
The makeup don't come out. It was a white jersey.
You can't do anything about it. Yeah.
If you don't catch it early, like put ice on or something, and you go around all day and it drop, it's over.
Ice is for gum.
Yeah, you gotta wash it immediately, and you gotta wash it in cold water. As soon as you bake that mug on, it's a wrap.
Yeah, we went to the movies, bro. We went to the movies. We were just chilling, nothing crazy. Came back to the barracks. Yeah, came back to the barracks and my shit. Yeah, I never seen her again after that either, dog. I was like, yeah, never again, man. Never again.
Bring that picture back up, though.
Champ, like it's not that he can't afford the makeup. He can't afford another jersey. Shit.
Yeah,
right.
And you know what I'm saying, bro? Them jerseys was $70 every 2 weeks. We get hella jerseys, like $70 a pop. Hell no, I was not. I had to go replace it. I was like, I'm not gonna replace it again, though.
You know what's worse? You was walking around with that patch on. You didn't see it. Everybody looking at what's going on.
Everybody else seen that shit. Nobody else. They just seen her walking with me, so they probably was like, "Damn, he don't even know." You know what I'm saying? I'm just like,
especially being a dark skinned brother, and you wearing white, everything just gleams off of you. So you're gonna see it from a mile away.
Hey, JT, it's some bullshit too, because I had the fresh white tee underneath.
But right. JT and Brother Rick have a full beard. They can have that. It looked like she had that little shadow too, all the way up there.
They call it. They call it a contour or some stuff like that. Yeah,
that's all intentional. That's all intentional.
Right. Yeah.
But it's like they buy coloring books for faces, bro. It's crazy.
And that's how you get tricked though, right there, Uncle Rick. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know if her face is more like the top or the bottom.
Yeah.
You don't know her. You can't tell. You don't know.
You gotta watch that under neck.
Watch right there.
Right here. All this, right? Because you know how they be angling it.
Yeah. Absolutely,
man. They hate being themselves. When you like, I was talking about that today on my channel. They hate being themselves, boy. Yeah. They really do. Like y'all hate. Most black women hate themselves.
Yeah,
I'm just being honest with y'all. I ain't gonna even lie about this shit no more. Like, they hate themselves. They want to be white women so bad, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if they want to be white women. I don't
Yes,
know
yes,
if
they do. Yes, they do.
they
I'm not giving
themselves.
you that today. Yes, they do. The majority of them do. Yeah, they walk around with the white woman hair on their head, and they can look. A black man got to have twice as much, but it could be a low level Chad, and they'll treat him like he the world. I don't want to hear that shit no more.
Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah.
I just think that women who do that and have to have it and say that and make up excuses that men don't want to finance it and things of that nature, they definitely have a problem with accepting their true what they truly look like when they wake up. They have a problem accepting what God gave them. They have a problem with looking at themselves in a mirror and really taking it all in because men don't get the opportunity to do all the makeup and do all the, y'all are
They do. No, they do. They do. There's men that do that stuff. It's men that get like we criticize the dudes who get over excessive big gene on their head. Nigga, what
Yeah.
you doing?
What the fuck you doing with that shit?
You
Yeah.
got hated on hairline. It's dudes walking around with hair piece. Now I ain't gonna even say toupees. What they call them? They call them installations, right? Hair
Yeah.
installations. Now you weirdo ass nigga. You see
Yeah.
them? Cut that shit off. What we've been telling LeBron for the last 8 years. Cut that shit off.
You see what happened with old ass Steve Harvey. Once we found out that shit was on, we was like, get the hell out of here. That's why he said, well, look, man, I might as well take it off now. Cause you look goofy.
We don't do
But I
that,
mean,
man.
other than that, though, for men, what else is there that y'all can do? I mean, we did cover the guy who
That's all we can need. That's all.
Well, hold on, go ahead. Say, let her finish. Go ahead. Say, what you gonna say?
we did cover the guy who got the leg extension or whatever, but that's
Oh my God.
right.
You're the leg extension.
And you see how he got roasted by dudes, though, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Right,
Go see the comments on his shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, my boy? What's really popping?
right.
We're forced to accept ourselves as we are right now. All natural enhancements, going to the gym, taking care of yourself, keeping your hair nice, right? But as far as this we'll never have that luxury, right? Well, and the dudes that do, we look at them as feminine.
Yeah.
They do be
Hey,
feeling.
one more thing, Precious. And when we get out of shape, we own that shit. We
Yeah.
don't have to have euphemisms and say, somebody say, look, you're rich, man. You're a fat bastard. Go to the gym. And we don't sit down here and call it like, you chubby and all that shit.
For who I am.
You
Go
should
to the
really,
gym,
hey,
do-
Arpain, you're not as muscular as you should be, man. You should really love yourself now.
Accept yourself, our pain. It's okay. They gotta take you as you
What
are.
if
That's some
Go
girls.
lose an
Shit.
X,
Girls
brother.
do that
Go lose
shit.
an X.
so Precious, what if men start walking around with our hair stringy? We got the little part going around and we looking like a 70s news anchor, right? They would say we look like we're white men. We're trying to be white. Ain't nobody gonna say you think you Indian or you think that you they're gonna say you think you're white. When you got women that's wearing the hair that they're wearing, if you go and you can't tell the difference from them from a ways back from the white women. You can't tell the difference. And it's not that they're trying to do it. I don't care what anybody's saying. If you are doing, this is what's really crazy to me. They're doing it at the detriment of their own health. They're doing it at the detriment of their own, because they can't use the what was that excuse they used to use? It was a protective
Yeah, it's humid outside. So
Right. They protected their hair.
Yeah,
The
they can't
weed
use that
hair.
anymore. They don't care what we think, because we've always I remember when you had the women that were wearing weave and you didn't know that they were wearing it. The first thing that women would say, this is all natural. This is all natural, right? And this is how women used to distinguish themselves. They would get the cut with the hair cut on the side, and it used to be, what's that, symmetric A? They used to have the little lines going on the side. They had to like if you see the rappers, the female rappers, right? MC Light, when you had Salt and Pepper, all of the women, black women had a distinctive look on how they did their hair. Now it was bad enough that they were using lye and the relaxers and stuff like that because that did harm too. Now what it is they're not even trying to look like themselves. The men really never had a problem with it. We never had a problem with women having the weaves and the wigs and stuff. It was to the point where they started making themselves look like a spectacle. You got blonde hair, and you're super dark skinned with blonde hair, and then they would come back and say, there are black people that have natural blonde hair. Where, in America?
Yeah, it is. That is true though.
It is not you ain't gonna see no stringy blonde hair on nobody.
You used to find some obscure tribe in the
blonde hair. My sister had blonde.
5 square foot of Africa somewhere where somebody had blonde hair and say, yeah, come on.
My sister was blonde hair. All of her hair was blonde.
Look, red, you know what they used to call cats that had like the reddish brown blonde hair? Red.
They called them red.
They called them red.
That's what
My hair was red when I was little.
Right, because it was distinctive. Now you saying you got, come on, man. If we did the same thing, men were going around here. Listen, there are men that do stupid stuff like that. We call it out. Cisco looked at dumb. Man. We would say to this day.
Ain't nobody cared though. Cisco could sing. Everybody was rocking to the thong.
But let you get out there and wear your hair blonde, wear your hair gray and silver. Watch what they gonna call you.
Right, you know I'm already doing.
That's the one thing that saved those dudes, that they can be in entertainment. They'll get away from it as long as they're entertaining. As soon as they step off that stage, then they're going to get the ridicule.
It's going to be ridiculed like crazy.
Well, have you ever seen a blonde black girl get mad at see a white woman with braids in her hair?
Yes, I saw that crazy stuff. I said, what?
Where this shit in the whole world?
She said it was cultural appropriation.
I'm just tired, man. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this stuff, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all need to stop for real, bro. Like, come on, man.
Rick, I had to tell my mama. I said, "Ma, it ain't your fight no more."
Man,
see, I said, just enjoy your life. Laugh at everything that you see. You can't do nothing about this no more, mama.
All this stuff is weird to me. Like when I see the dudes with dreads with a blonde on the end, that's gay to me.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? When I see a dude with dreads and he got purple and rainbow cuts, you're gay to me. That's gay to me, right? I don't care. Dudes with their nails done like females, that's gay to me.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I'm just telling y'all what it. Now I ain't saying you can. It's your body. This is what I'm saying. You can do what you want to do, but don't expect you to get a standard reaction from people looking on. You look funny, dude. You out here looking fruity. Yeah, it's what it is, right?
Wait, what about the clear? What about the clear? Like a clear.
The clear coat.
Why?
If it's a manicure,
if
it's a manicure, there's nothing wrong with a dude having shiny nails. But when he got on acrylics like you do,
yeah. Now the craziest thing about that is there's a buff, right?
You can buff it.
Yeah. So like with men, our nails they naturally grow long. Mine's do. I got friends, that's why I had to keep mine cut, man. Especially when I used to be a mechanic, I had to keep my nails cut and manicured. One of the things I learned about that natural shine, you have to just buff your nails, get your nails buff, get that natural shine on there, and it's a natural shine. You don't have to do all that, put clear coat and stuff. But if guys do, I can understand it. But if you got no, that what they call that stuff, that gel stuff.
Nail
gel. And like I said, I don't care if you do it, but know that you're gonna get judged.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's like these women that you got weave glue poisoning. There's no alopecia doesn't you go bald headed. Oh, you don't just one patch fall. Alopecia, no, you go bald headed. Oh, when you all your hair falls off your body. Y'all know that, right? Alopecia,
and eyebrows.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah,
right. Y'all, they do this to their bodies and then expect us to just be cool with it. I'm not cool with it. No. I don't have to be cool with it. It's your body. You gonna live with it, right? You the one who gonna pop up at 55, and when you go get that first real test, they gonna tell you what's popping with you. right? And then everybody want to act like it's surprising. You've been putting this shit in your hair for I don't know how many decades, right? You've been putting this stuff in your body for I don't know how long. Don't you know that your skin absorbs 98% of everything you put on it?
Absorbs all this shit.
Biggest organ.
It's the largest organ on your body.
It's the largest organ on your body.
But what does that mean to most women, though? That means nothing.
Hey man, there was two things, and I just wanted to say, man, the times that people really get away with it is if they good at what they do. When you an entertainer and you good at what you do, Chris Brown been having blonde hair, orange hair, green hair, red hair. Nobody say shit because his concerts is packed, right? Then like Cisco, same thing. Like people was like, what the fuck? But then they heard the thong song, they like, oh okay, new Cisco on the beat. You know what I'm saying? Separating itself from Drew Hill. And then like even like so like Caleb Williams, he got the little nail line and all that shit. He didn't play well this year. He got a whole bunch of criticism, right? That's what I'm saying. That's when it starts to come out. But then
When you
also,
flop.
right? And then also something that Miss Precious said, man, when she said that the women are out here, you look like trans men. Like when you wearing that much makeup, we really can't tell the difference. And so you got men out here asking you for your birth certificate on the first date.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like real rap, like you got them asking. You can't even ask them. You know, maybe beforehand, before the new administration, you could add. You'd be like, "Hey, you couldn't ask. Let me see your ID, because you could put whatever the hell you wanted to on there."
Right.
Now, you got to put your real shit on your ID again, and now we can find out if you really are what you say you are.
You back to Joseph.
Right.
Look here, Jerry.
You are not Jocelyn now.
You're right. You back to Joseph.
Your mama named you Jerry. I'm gonna call you Jerry, nigga.
It's crazy though. It's crazy though, but now you can see why women support that community, the LBGT,
Because it reinforces them.
Right.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing when they were talking about the whole bear versus man. But if I'm in there with my gay best friend and I'm okay, right? It always, I don't want to be in there with a real man who could actually cut firewood. This gonna be just as feminine as you in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, it's crazy, man. It's crazy out here, man.
It's wild, bro.
I mean, if we want to put it on the block, right?
Colors and the blondes, the reds, and things of that nature. Like I used to love Hype Hair magazine back in the day. I think I had like every edition of Hype Hair magazine, right? Mm-hmm. Those were, when you saw the colors and things of that nature, those were for entertainment. Like I've been in a hair show before. Like
right, exactly. There you go. Yeah, concept. Right.
Cutting up artwork, print magazine for you to, be modeling the Dolce and Gabbana or whatever. And the hair, the makeup, and that all worked together for the concept, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It all came together for the visual concept. But women now have taken those concepts and they're putting it in their everyday lifestyle. And it's like, girl, you're not going to a hair show. Ain't nobody, calling you for no print magazine covers. Like, it's okay if that's your job. But there are women who will do it every day in and day out. And then say, if a man wants to see me in my natural state, that means he don't want to have any part in my uptake. He just wants to strip everything from me. And I just think that is a lie. And it's a way for women to indulge in that lie. It's a way for women to get out of the foolishness and the silliness, because she looks like that all the time. This girl Jess, you'll never not see her with no makeup. You'll never not see her. I think she may have had a surgery or two, whether it's breast augmentation or nose or whatever the case may be. Like it even goes past the makeup, right? Because the makeup is one thing. There are women who, put on makeup all the time, but it goes past the makeup, because then you have your lashes. There are women who wear the strip lashes. There are women who wear the magnetic lashes. There are women who get one eyelash done. They will sit in the chair and get one eyelash done one at a time so it looked like it's actually coming out of their and don't let it be. The girls who get the lashes done, and then they walk around with like 3 or 4 of the fake ones in, and it looks crazy.
Their eyes look cross-eyed.
From your eyelash, like you got 3 or 4 of them in. Like pull them out, like
Yeah.
snatch them things out. It looked crazy. Well, I don't got another appointment for another. Well, just walk around with your natural lashes. What's wrong with your why you got 4 straggly little lashes left in there? Pull them out.
Yeah. And Precious, look, this is the craziest part. One of the things that I loved about black women was that they did their own hair. When they ain't had the money, they figured out how to get it. And then they got really good at doing their own hair. They started doing everybody else's hair. Most of these women that have their own salons, they started out as teenagers doing their own hair.
My friend's hair.
Yeah.
Hair.
These girls are they're so lazy now, they would pay $200, $300 just to do something that you like. Yeah, man, that's crazy to me.
They be paying $400 for a kitchen job. That's crazy.
$400 for a kitchen job, $150 for a deposit.
That's crazy, bro.
And then want to show up late, mad at the person who got the rules and the regulations for their bookings. It's just like, girl, do it yourself then.
Hey, how many women know how to cornroll anymore? I mean, when I was young, it was a pinnacle for a young guy to be sitting between a lady's legs and her cornrolling your hair.
Hey.
That was the coolest shit in the whole world. When I had some hair, man, women call on my and they be fine as hell. You sitting between their legs and saying, God,
I ask that question. Yeah, I ask that question all the time, right? Like, when the last time you rubbed your man's head? When the last time you washed his back?
Yeah.
When the last time you rubbed his feet? Gave him a massage?
That changes the game.
I guarantee you can tell me the last time he rubbed your feet, though. I guarantee you. Right?
Yeah.
The game. What's the one movie that came out a minute ago? Two Can Play That Game, right? With Anthony Anderson. Y'all remember that when he was talking?
Wasn't that Gabriel Union too?
Yeah.
Nah. But that was what's her name?
No, not Gabby.
No, that was
Vivica. Yeah,
Vivica Fox.
Vivica Fox and Morris Chestnut.
Yeah. When Anthony Anderson was like, "Man, you fighting the war for everybody, bro. You keep doing this, they gonna be in days. They gonna be watching football on the TV, talking about where's to play that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's exactly what's going on, man. And I thought about this today and my shit is circular because it's true, right? When you being totally honest about it, right? They had his gripe with us about what Papa did, right? Y'all remember how we got stuck on Papa, right? What Papa did, and that's the reason why they're so independent now, right? Do the men of nowadays, the modern guys that we see up under us, do they do what Papa do?
Nah. You saying as far as like what?
As far as the stigma. The stigma of Papa, right? But they don't do what Big Mama did.
Right. You right. I get what you're saying now. They ain't doing what Big Mama did.
They Papa now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't do what Papa did, Uncle Rick, bro. That's toxic masculinity.
But what I'm saying is,
but they moving like Papa.
Exactly.
I know.
But the thought I want to put in y'all head is this, right? Again, I told y'all before, since the time I can remember, right? They've been telling black men to be better. I don't care what nobody say. If you look out over society as a whole, every decade black men have elevated themselves.
Yeah.
And now that black men supposedly got to the spot that was deemed as acceptable, taking care of your family, right? Working a decent job, right? Learning to plan and lead. Now they want to be heathens.
Yeah. It's very, very tough. One of the things that I was glad that my mom and my father both put in me was be okay with being by yourself, right? Be able to, and that really worked wonders with me, right? Because when I'm with someone, man, I make it the best that I can for them because I, you know what I'm saying? But being by my man, I'm very good at that. You know what I'm saying? Because what happens is that I found my bargaining tool. My bargaining tool is my attention for you. You do something that goes against everything that I stand for, guess what I can do?
Leave.
I can leave. Like, I ain't got to argue. I don't have to, bust windows up or none of that. I can just simply remove myself. And it hurts when a woman sit back and they say, well, you just up and just left? I can just explain to them, yes, that's exactly what that goes to. What, you think I'm gonna sit here and argue with you? We gonna go back and forth and all of that? Can't do that. That's not even conducive to anybody doing that. Because I can't beat you. If I tell you that this is what's bothering me, guess what you're gonna do? Give me a bunch of pushback. So I just have to be able to show you. I don't need it in my life.
So listen to what we saying, JT, right? This is the point that nobody want to admit. Everybody, how are we going to fix? We should have hope. So if the only recourse you have from the woman that you would want to build with, right, is to leave her alone, what else you got?
Nothing else.
What
You
else
ain't got nothing else.
That's all you got is yourself, man. That's it.
Right?
You ain't get,
Right. So when we hear these cases about ain't no good men nowhere, and when it's 80 black women to 2 men at a dating event,
yeah,
the club scene is dying, right?
Yeah.
You see when you go out,
yeah.
I call them brunch babies. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call them. They brunch babies. You know what I'm saying? When you take your girl out to lunch when you go visit a new city, right? You go to the popular place and ain't nothing near there but women having brunch together.
Yep. I seen that in Atlanta just a couple of months ago when I was in Atlanta.
It's everywhere.
Yes, everywhere, man.
Yeah, that's happening everywhere, bro. They said that it was a singles event that happened and it was 90% women in that joint.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one lady, she was an event planner. She said she had to cancel it because not enough men were showing up.
And this is where I think the women are underestimating the brothers. I really do. They underestimating the brothers because we I don't know. I guess people expect I guess if they assume it was so bad, the change to happen immediate, it'll happen. You'll see the difference within the next 4 years. The next 4 years, every year, a man within 4 years of his life can change his life for the greatest, and you'll see it because. Again, moving are starting to be a little bit more rebellious, and men are having the conversations coast to coast about trying to be better and being able to discern, see that woman that ain't no good for them. And that's why I think women are doing themselves a disservice.
And if we being honest about the entire situation in our community, right? And like I keep trying to tell you, my shit is circular because it's true. It's funny how 6 months can change your vision.
Go ahead.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I told y'all, listen, bro. Y'all not worth it. Everything y'all tell us to do about dick discipline, right? All the things y'all throw them out. Y'all telling us to protect ourselves from y'all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't y'all get that? Y'all telling us to protect ourselves from y'all. When we tell young men, hey, young boy, don't get married, bro. Are we protecting him from himself?
Ooh.
When you tell these young boys, right, make sure you bring your own condom, right? Are we protecting him from himself or not? No, we protecting him from young men from women. Yeah. Mothers, real mothers, right? Real mothers who love their sons. What's the lessons they give their sons? I'll give you a minute to think about it.
Did you hear what I said?
Don't be trusting these bitches out here, son. Don't trust these hoes. If you lucky, you might find one. Your mama gonna always love you, right? And they don't. And our women don't see themselves as any part of the problem. None. It's over with. Y'all ain't gotta believe me. Y'all see it in 2 years. And then y'all see everybody bringing shows up about it after Rick already told y'all what's the fuss gonna happen because that's what always happens.
Yep.
I'll make a point and everybody try to stump me down. And then 3 weeks later, y'all making a video about the point I proved to y'all. Because you finally see it. It's over with. I don't care what you say. It's over with. You go where women at. Listen to what I'm saying. We're men. We love women. As y'all say, we dogs. We love pussy. You go to women where women are at and there's no men there.
Yeah. And they swarming you like goddamn bees on honey.
Well, you know what? They had this video, and I wish I would have saved it. A lady spent maybe around 3 minutes, went to one of these places with a couple of men there, and she was trashing these men as if she didn't go to a place to find a man.
Right.
Wow.
I wish I would have saved that video. I mean, she had a rant, and then at the end, she said, man, I'll just stay home with my toddlers and my cats or something. She's a baby mama. She's trashing the men who are there.
Yeah.
She said, well, these are dating app rejects. I think that's what she called them. And then she said, well, maybe I'm a dating app reject because I'm there too.
Ain't no
I mean, it was a deep video.
Hey, you know what's crazy, Pain? Is that you know how they were talking about all the unrealistic dating expectations and the list that came out that women had, and the list of like 2023, the list of 2024, not going to Applebee's, don't approach me at no library or no coffee shop or no, you know what I'm saying? All these unrealistic things. When I posted on my story yesterday, this 6'3" college athlete, college basketball player, white woman is dating a 5'5" wrestler on the team. You know what I'm saying? She found love in her short king. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you ask any black woman, she could be 4'10", 4'7". She want them 6'4" or above.
If you 6 feet, they gonna tell you short.
Right. Every week. And hey, look, and somebody was talking about the part to the side. Me, I think Coach Ferg and our Payne, we was reacting to it on my channel on the Pop the Balloon, and that military dude came on there with the side part, the comb over. The military dude came on there with the comb over, bruh. Everybody popped their damn balloon so quick. So I don't know what it is. I think it's the side part. Yeah, it's like everybody, dog. It's like it's just unrealistic expectation, just wild shit after wild shit, man.
So let me ask you guys a question, and I know, Precious, you want to move on, but I want to ask this: what if men on the internet all get together and stop talking about relationships? Everything we talk about on the internet would be cars, sports.
Money.
We ain't talking about women no more. Money. We start talking about everything outside of relationships. How do you think the internet will look?
I think it will look better.
Well, if you got any views, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Precious.
I think it would look better because for women, a lot of the times their currency is attention, right? And so if you take away that attention, then you will clearly see that all women are worried about now is the lack of attention from men. I always say that men, honestly, you guys should go where you're respected. You should go where, not only where you're tolerated, but where people actually appreciate you. They honor you. They hold space for you. I think those are the only places you should go. Right. And I don't think that you should. I mean, we have these discussions, right? But I don't think that your natural conversation in your everyday life, I think it should be set for a time and a place. But I don't think that your natural conversation in everyday life should be what a woman is not doing or what, her issues are and things of that nature. I don't think that you should give that your attention. Now, like I said, we have these conversations, and there are some men that you can tell their everyday life is consumed with this conversation. because of how emotional they get about the conversation, because of how they can't let certain things go. There's a way that you can have a conversation and have your input and have your opinions and perspectives without making it seem like you're consumed with this. Like you can't get a woman, or every woman you ever been with done hurt you, and now you can't get over it, and that's all you can talk about. And every woman you have been with was just like the last woman you done been with, or the last person that hurt your heart. I think that there's a way in decency and order that you can have these conversations, but if you took it away completely, then I think the internet would look like a better place. I think it would look like a better place if the women stopped talking about
No,
it.
that was about to ask. What would the women do if we stop having these panels?
Hold on. I can tell you what they're going to do.
Right away.
They're going to invade those spaces. That's exactly what they're going to do. If they stop talking about women and we start talking about cars and traveling and shit, no women, it'll take 2 seconds for the women to get into those spaces. Women can't stand men having their own spaces. Period.
Right.
That was my point right there.
Hey, but look though, JT, I agree with y'all. I agree. I just want to say this: the reason why it can't happen is because the quickest way to go viral is being on the women's side. That's like Derek Jackson. You know what I'm saying? You take a Derek Jackson. Look, he cheated on his wife time after time. Left her, got back. I don't know, got back with whatever he did. Right? He's still making videos, still getting hundreds of thousands of views. You know why? Because he can come back and just say, I messed up, and look, guess what happened, ladies? Y'all are still queens, and y'all are still beautiful. Y'all are still the best, and guess what? Every video, viral.
But it only happens because we're talking about it also. Think about this.
Oh, okay.
Think about this. Everything that deals with, like when you have your panels, with the exception of Precious, the panel is ran by who? Men. Every time you have the women running the panels, guess what you don't have? A good conversation. It's very hard to see a bunch of women on a panel. You got 10 women on the panel. When have we ever seen that? When have we ever seen 10 women on the panel and they got 12, 1,300 people sitting there watching them talk? No. It's not going to happen because it's what they can do. They say that we have the echo chamber. That's what would happen with them. It'll be a bunch of echo chambers. If you had, this is why I'm asking, is because it's very important. If you had men and all they had was Derek Jackson and what's them other dudes' name, and we didn't respond to anything, we didn't have anything that came with relationships, no reaction videos, nothing, none of that stuff. Everywhere, I guarantee it goes to what Mr. Payne was just saying. They would come to our space and they would invade what we have. They're not going to be talking about relationships no more. It's not going to happen. And when they talking about it with each other, you see what happens. Table of 8, that place is crazy. That's why they got to have the men that's in there, right? They got to have the pushback. If you got a bunch of women that's there and they doing, you know what women have resorted to doing with all women thing? Getting together, going on these so-called reality shows and fighting. This is what they resorted to. They're going in a mansion and they setting up street fights. That's what they resorted to. They got what was that, Bad Girls or whatever it is? That's what they resorted to. Right. So it's not, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. They would just come if we don't give it any attention. So watch this. In the dating field, if you want it to be at a point where there's going to be change and women is going to change on their own, you got to ignore them.
No, you
got to get the hell away from them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. All I was saying was that even so say that men don't react to it. If you go to the shade room post, that's predominantly filled up by women. You know what I'm saying? That's
and gay men, women and gay men.
Yeah. So when Derek Jackson posts or Dr. Umar posts, it goes straight to the shade room share it. Then you got the 2 million women in the comments sharing it. Then you got the whole, no more straight men movement going on and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That they was talking about. Like it's and that's women pushing that shit. And so, like, yeah, I agree that they would definitely invade our space, but they look, they're gonna they would keep the movement going. Just
It won't happen because they don't have a tug of war anymore. That's the problem. Shade Room would be just Shade Room. The reason why most people learn from Shade Room is when you start having big male content creators putting it on blast. If it's just Shade Room, you're just going to have women and gay men arguing and fighting with each other. You're not going to have most straight men.
JT, they gonna agree with.
They gonna start right. They gonna be agreeing and fighting, and it's gonna be a fight with them. Then you're gonna start hearing you ain't us, and you a pseudo woman, and that's when you start seeing that type of a fight. But until then, we are the ones that actually push that. We push the algorithm because what we do is we go viral with showing the stuff that they put out. We start talking shit about it. Next thing you know, every male content creator that's worth something, put them on blast. So then they can fight back with it. Then it's a back and forth type of thing. But if we didn't care nothing about that, and we was talking about NASCAR, and we was talking about, everything that dealt with man stuff, fishing.
Well,
which the best holds and all these different things. Man, it'll change.
I'll say this and I'll shut up real quick. We got to a point in my life where I need to make a quick bag and make a lot of money fast. F you niggas, I'm going to the ladies side.
Yeah,
the ladies are the queens. The ladies are the this. Right. But see, men understand that. I don't think women understand it. That they can be used easily.
They don't care.
The worst. They can.
But that's the problem. That's what fuels it. They don't care anything about. As long as they get attention. As long as they get attention, that's like spinach. If you don't give them that attention, man, it goes bad. They got to get in front of you. Look at me. It's you know what I'm saying? It's kind of right. It's kind of like that. I need you to look at me so I can ignore you type of thing. It's just like now. You know why the women are still going to the club? They go to the club so they can ignore men looking at them. That's how they go. Only thing they doing is on the phone. Like they having a good time. They ain't having a good time. Everybody just standing around, right? Now you got a couple of them, right? And they're dancing with each other, but the men are sitting there looking. They trying to. So what the men have to do in order to get their attention? Get bottles, get a VIP section. That's what they come in there. Most of them women don't have nothing to carry money. Nothing. They skimpy as heck. So most of them women come in there broke.
It's
facts. That's why
they go to the club broke.
And they going right to the Sims. What's up, Sims?
Right. And they gonna get drunk all on for you, man. Because that's what you doing. In order to get their attention, you gotta have a VIP section and you gotta be buying bottles.
Hey, man. Attention and validation, man.
You take that attention away, I guarantee they're gonna stop going to the clubs. They're gonna stop doing all the stuff. They ain't gonna be on YouTube. They're gonna be on TikTok because they're gonna be doing their little videos and stuff on TikTok. But they will not be having the conversations like we having them because we are fueling it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, those pages I found out like pages like Spiritual Word and things like that. Like those are backed by. From what I heard, Spiritual Word is backed by like TD Jakes, like, people in the church that, have created these social media pages. And when Spiritual Word first came out, it was a page where it was like, all right, I'm gonna give you a daily dose of inspiration. I might give you a Bible verse or two, a video, Now it's just all the drama all over the internet. Now you got sprinkles of inspiration put in
right.
They put shit on there that's the Shade Room post.
That's not even the main focus no more.
They done got it down to just God knows my heart.
Right. And them posts are super early in the morning. By the time you get up, you already on the ratchet. But the social media world knows that when you start talking about relationships and you put, those clips like we're about to watch, right? That we're going to be speaking on. When you put that out, it evokes, it's a manipulation of people's feelings, whether it's women or men. It's a manipulation of your feelings. It's to stir up the conversation. It's to say that, oh my God, to look on your situation and say, oh, I don't have it that bad, or I might have it worse than she does, or I'm glad I'm not going through that, or to see somebody else's pain and really be able to take your mind off of the pain or whatever is going on in your life and be able to put it on somebody else for just that minute or just that 30 minutes or hour, whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
So that is the reason for it all. And I don't think that you'll ever get men or women off of that wave per se, right?
Right.
Everyone's feelings are going to always be nudged a little bit, even if they speak a little bit on it, or even if they do a little comment, or even if
Mhm.
it's just the way of the world. That's what social media was designed to do.
Yeah.
Right? Remember when this guy came out and he said that it was like single moms aren't going to get their taxes because Trump did something, and now you can't get your taxes if you're a single mom and you receive child support. That was a whole lie. This guy and everybody, so many people believed it, right? Because that's the way of social media. You say something and you evoke the feelings of a certain demographic of people, then people are going to jump on that bandwagon. It was like back in the day. Remember where you used to run and people used to run too because they thought you was getting chased by a dog, and it's just like, nope, I got you.
Yeah.
My brother used to do that to me all the time. He'd be like,
Yeah.
oh no, and be running, right? Like I'm just kidding, right? Like that's what that is with social media. Like, let me run, let me scurry, let me put something out there, and y'all gonna all do it too.
And the only thing you do is tell us, why are we running?
Right. Don't even know why.
Yeah.
So that's the way of social media as well, with all these freaking BBLs, and we were talking about the makeup earlier with the lashes, and now they going further with doing the lip plumpers, and then you have it on the children level where they're putting their lips inside of something, and then they're taking the thing off and their lips are like blowing up like the Kardashians, because it's the Kardashian effect, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, they put their lips like get sucked into this thing. It's like, I don't know what it is. And then they take it off and they have like these big, humongous lips or whatever. It's a prank. They do it as pranks. They do it to see what their lips are going to look like if they got the fillers. Like, it's all a social media manipulation of your feelings. And younger and younger you have children on social media, the more people you're adding to this manipulation train, and this way of tweaking your feelings in a way for you to then react. Because some people take it off of the internet, they go in real life and they react. They go find these people who are on TikTok and whatever maybe, and then they come up missing, or they come up in a river, or like, you know what I mean? And so that's all it is the entertainment. And again, the manipulation of your feelings. All right, so we're gonna move on. If you guys are just joining, definitely hit that like button. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. If you are donating to the platform, I definitely appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to get into Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who wants access to everything. Okay, she wants access to everything, and she's ready to give access. She ready to spread them open and give that access. Her words were she's ready to be penetrated. All right, so we're gonna watch a couple of videos, starting with this one video that I saw of her, I guess way back in the day, because she definitely don't look the same as she does now. But we're just gonna break it down. One of the videos is I believe like 7 or 8 minutes long. And so we're gonna get into that, but we're gonna take that one away. We're gonna get into this first video.
Seriously, like for example,
Let's go back to the beginning. Now, this is what she looked like. This is a young Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. This could have been before the degrees, before the what? The glow up, before all of that. Okay, so before I play the video, I gotta know Coach Berg. First of all, her demeanor. What does her demeanor say to you guys when you just even look at that still photo of her?
That looks like her resting bitch face. That's all. I mean, a lot of women look like, I can't read that much in it because she might, once you start to think, she might have a smile the next second, but that's her resting bitch face. That's a nice little shot of probably how she just like might sit on a bus or something like that. It's probably indicative of her personality. To me, she kind of looks the same. She's a little heavier now.
Right. Okay. Anyone else before
I gotta admit, I probably would have knocked it out though.
Yeah, no, I seen her old pictures with like artists and shit. Like she pretty much looked the same, like he said, just a little heavier. But yeah, that could have been a resting bitch face for sure. She definitely done made up some shit though.
She looked like one of them girls that you would hate fuck.
That's wild as fuck, but it's true.
Yeah. She just that.
Oh my God.
I guess that picture's before the degrees that she obtained. She thought she was pretty, but she thought she was the hot girl.
We got a
education.
I'm sorry, Coach Berg. So sorry.
No, that's what it is. What he said. What he said is true. It's true.
Uncle Rick.
Yeah.
You asking because you know it's true.
Yeah.
No, what? Okay, so why would you mentally? What goes on in y'all head when y'all did y'all ever see that clip of the Chinese girl and she was like, is it a love fuck or a hate fuck or you like me? Like
that's what you gonna get.
All of them. And y'all said when it's
I'm fucking you for sport. I'm fucking you for sport.
Oh, sport.
Yeah, that's what I'll fuck the girl I hate before. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Right?
You know by yourself, bro.
It's to prove a point, right? It's to prove to you that I can. Right? And it's to prove that the hate you is really displaying towards me is really you wanted to fuck me.
Wow. Okay.
And then come up ghost.
Then ghost her. You see her in the club, you nod and keep
there you go. With that
nod. You don't even say what's up. You just
hit him with the nod from across the room.
Yep.
Yeah, you know.
Hey.
Ain't no doubt because I walked past her already. It just so happened that she locked eyes with me.
There you go.
And then I nodded to her. That's it. I didn't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
It's the power play. You see what I'm saying? Like these are things that people don't discuss, but y'all know exist. It's a power play, right?
That's why I want you to say it out loud because I'm like.
Yeah, it's a power play, right? Because the truth is, when we look at stuff like that, I ain't gonna say we because this is me, it's my perception, right? Again, it's like when a girl call you ugly when she really thinks if a girl keep calling you ugly, she thinks she thinks you cute. You know what I'm saying, right? So it's like a girl that will profess her. You will put out and try to embarrass them. In my situation, right? She'll try to put out and embarrass me for no reason, just showing out. Cause instead of be like, hey, I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna make you. You want to play the game? I'm gonna play the game with you. And when I fuck you, I'm not gonna have no expression on my face. It's gonna be like, hey, all my military guys, y'all know what it is.
Yeah,
no mercy. Ain't got no mercy.
1,000 yards there. You gonna see emptiness in my eyes.
I ain't even gonna look at you. Turn over.
It's a stone face.
I gotta admit, I haven't.
You know what I'm saying?
I never really got that draconian, but I understand the feeling.
It's simply to prove a point that I could.
Yeah.
Our Payne been married since he was 12, so he don't even feel
in the 8
In
years,
Jim Crow days,
I was free. I still have a lot of memories. In the 8 years that I was free, it was action
And
packed.
then talk to her. What was all that shit you was talking?
Yep.
Yeah, what was
Talk
that shit that
shit
you
now.
was talking before?
Talk
Yeah.
that
When you
shit now.
putting your clothes on, yeah,
Right.
you know what I'm
Talk
saying.
that shit now, right?
Catch y'all niggas later.
And change the sheets before you leave, bitch.
Right.
Yeah.
'Cause you what? This the craziest part. This the craziest part. You wasn't talking all that shit when your heels was in your ears. Your
Right.
heels with earmuffs. You wasn't saying all that shit that you was saying.
Had her folded up like a pretzel, dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you do happen to be in the same circles with her, everybody gonna see that energy totally.
Yeah, it's
change.
done.
So crazy. You be like, what? Huh?
You said what? Huh?
What?
Or hit it with this one. I know you ain't talking.
What she said?
You said what? What you say you would do?
My boy be saying, who gonna tell her?
And if we talking about it and we gonna be honest as adults, right? Again, that's when that's the power play, right? You think you can whoop me? No, I'm gonna whoop the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna whoop you. I'm gonna whoop you. Your coochie ain't gonna feel right for 3 days after this.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get spent. Like afterwards, it's even worse because damn, he ain't even said that to me.
And the worst part is what happened in my case is when you spoil her for other men. She can't. It ain't the same no more with her dude.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It ain't the same no more.
Yeah. He got mad because she still, when you walk in the spot, she got that stupid ass look on her face. He looking at her like, what the? Right. And this the craziest thing about men. They can tell by how your energy change. They can tell your facial expressions, all of that. And the dude she with be like, the fuck is wrong with you? They get to arguing because he like, why are you acting so weird?
You know what's called, JT? It's called disturbance in the force.
Because he's over there. He's over there. She don't say your name. She just can't keep saying he over.
Right.
He over there.
Your name coming up in conversations for no reason.
Yeah.
My name. But Ricky said you goddamn right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and I know you are, take note.
Women do it to themselves, Precious. Men don't go in with that intention. Men make
all she gotta do is stop lying.
Yeah, she'll come in there playing them games. She do it to themselves.
I mean, they can, but you still make the decision to hate fuck them. I mean,
come on,
he using harsh words.
I'm a dog. What can I say? I'm a dog, right? But if you take care of a dog and you feed him and you love him, he'll jump in front of a bullet for you. Won't he?
Yeah.
And men know that, you know, a man that, like you said, a man that's coming in with that mindset, he already know that she's playing games. He already found that out. He always wanted to get with her, but now once you start playing games and they put themselves in these predicaments, because when he show up, he know he got to perform.
Yeah,
he know that.
Precious wants you to walk around with a shirt on called Curb Your Dog. But you got to walk around with Curb Your Dog shirts on.
I think that women should understand that, you know, men got that dog in them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they should understand that a man can bring that side out of himself because it's just.
I think women understand that.
Most men are fighting their nature.
Exactly.
So,
you want me to be the man, right? Don't make me be the man I have to be.
Don't make me.
Don't make me be that guy.
I keep trying to tell y'all, don't make me do this to you.
But nobody. I believe that no one can make me do anything. Just like I can't.
Okay, Precious. Okay, sound good.
I'm just saying, you can't make me do anything. If I did anything, it's because I wanted to. It was my decision.
Yeah, you have a great
anything is because you wanted to. It was your decision. So no woman can make you do anything. And if she can, we're gonna have to check.
Okay, question. Why
you say that?
That's why I keep telling y'all, good girls do it too. You know what I'm saying? Hey. So if you say, let's say your kid, you told your kid or you had a conversation with your child, right? once, twice, 3 times for them not to do something, and you gotta whoop them. Did you want to whoop them?
I made the decision to whoop them. They didn't make
No,
me.
no, don't backtrack.
I'm not
Right?
backtracking.
Did you want to whoop them? Did you want to whoop them? I ain't saying that that you made the decision. Of course you made the decision. We all know. My question is did you want to whoop them?
I whooped them because I made a decision. It's not because they made me. I could have did anything else. I could make the decision to do anything. So it's not I'm not whipping you because you made me whip you. I made a decision to use that type of correction. You didn't make me do that. That my child is not going to make me whip them. Okay. They're not.
Okay.
It's a decision that you make with your sound mind. Just like women who cuss or people who cuss around their children. Your child not making you cuss at them. That's what you're saying out of your mouth because you have no self-control. That's what you're saying out of your mouth because that's the language that you're choosing to use with your child. But they didn't make you do anything. Just like when women say, "Oh, he made me do this." No, he didn't. You don't have any self-control. You don't know how to emotionally regulate. You did that. Men will say, "Oh, she broke my heart, and I just can't get over it. She made me." No, she didn't.
Well, that's emotions, and the thing is that we're all still human, and the thing is that compulsions are real. When you do something, I understand where you're coming from with that, but a human being is still going to do the human thing. And certain things that happen, especially when you done had all these doggone endorphins and you done had this brand new feeling of love and stuff, and somebody take that from you immediately, abruptly, it's going to change you into the normal person that you were. So you're going to do certain things. We just got proclivities in us. I get what you're saying as far as making us, but that compulsion, hey man, everybody has it. And when you get angry, you do things, you know what I'm saying, when you're angry.
Right.
Just like you do things, somebody can make you laugh.
Right, but when you say that, when you use the words "you made me," then you take it out of your own possession. Then you take it out of your own actions as if they got into your body and literally made you do the things that you do. This
right. I get that.
About, counseling and things of that nature, therapy, reading. I always talk about reading books. The best gift I feel like someone can give me is a book. That's why I like to give books and things of that nature, because you can learn different ways of handling yourself and other people. You do not have to rely on your own resources and your own flesh. You don't have to, but a lot of people do. They rely on their own flesh to handle situations that they're not ready for, that they have no past history with. You can change the trajectory of where you're going. But if you don't reach for those sources and seek after different ways to do it, then you're stuck with, well, you made me.
Well, no,
but
the emotions are emotions, though, and that's why I was just saying it. If somebody can, if I don't know, I'm gonna just use the word "made." If they can make you laugh, they can also make you cry. If they can make you cry, they can give you, so your emotions can still be there. Now, what you do behind those emotions, of course, I understand that, but I mean, for the most part, we still have to say that there's an effect that happens. There's an action and there's a reaction that happens naturally because we're human beings. Now, the control part of it, we're still fighting our natural urges when it comes down to those natural parts of us, though.
Well, here's what I would say to this whole thing is, based on what you just said, Precious, then why do women blame everything that happens to them on men?
They should.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
They shouldn't. Women should be able to take accountability and say, you know what, ain't nobody get me in that situation but myself.
No, but you listen. But we understand that there's different types of women, right? So I'm just saying, in general, people profess that they're being made to do the things that they don't want to do. Maybe not work on you, but a lot of people do. All right. So that's what I'm just trying to say. Now,
it's like
Bryant,
I said,
I'd like to see what you got to say.
I am so happy that I sit on panels with such elevated mind states. I must humble myself to be a Lord to give it to
No, I'm just saying, if somebody tell you that you made them do something, you should
No,
look at them crazy.
no, it's not that. It's not that, right? And and listen, let me start. But you make a great point. I'm not even fighting your point. Your point is actually right, right? But I live in the real world, right? So what I detest, right, is when people set up a certain set of stimuli, right, and then get mad for the way a person reacts, right? And you're right. You didn't help me make the choice. I made the choice, but you damn sure
Influencer.
set up
That's what they call
right.
people influencers.
Exactly right.
That's
So
what they
that's
call
all
them.
I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But
And
you
you're
make a
right.
great point.
And
If
you're
we're
right.
if if we're all mature and elevated in Christ-like consciousness, you will be exactly 100% right. But again, I know it's some shit that make me pop off, right? I have triggers and stuff that I purposely try to stay away from, right? So if you trigger me on some shit, especially if you call yourself caring about me and you know of these triggers, then you're making me do something I don't want to do, right? Because I'm not gonna give up on you. I'm not gonna give up on you. I got too much invested if you my girl, right? But a lesson must be taught.
Yeah, if they know your triggers and they know what it takes to, take you to a certain point, they're not necessarily making you go to that point. However, they're not being the helpmate that you need in your life, right?
So
If somebody going to push you to the point of no return, or if somebody's going to do things where they know it gets on your nerves, it's aggravating, it's something that you've said plenty of times, don't do it, right? And they do that, they still can't make you go there. However, if you do go there, there should be some accountability, because they already know what's going on. They already know that that's a area, a danger zone for you. And so they should be held accountable, because at the end of the day, and you should be held accountable too, because you don't necessarily, people get out of character, right? People get out of character. They do things that they shouldn't do or wouldn't do or didn't want to do, and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, you can show somebody better than you can tell them. And sometimes you just going to have to shut down on folks. You're going to make me do nothing, because guess what? It was your something that hooked them. It was your something that got them. It was your something that made them want to be with you and mesh with you. So you're going to have to get into the mode where it's just like, all right, I'm going to have to do nothing. Because again, the attention is the currency for women.
Hold on. I got you right. And you're right. You're
In
right.
the corner, like, what did I
No, you're right. You're right. Listen, I'm not even arguing your point. You're 100% correct. But fellas, my shit is circular because it's true, right? So what's the real one thing they saying that you got to do, right? Step away, leave her be, right? Do nothing, right?
Yeah,
Or am I off? Or am I off?
that doing nothing definitely will make her think twice. And same with the other way around. Do nothing. And that doesn't mean forever. That doesn't mean you walk away out of someone's life forever. But at the end of the day, your silence is going to be louder than any words that you could say to anyone. Like you said, especially someone who cares for you and things of that nature. And then you come back together and you explain why you were silent. You explain why you had no conversation. My mom always said, if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. So those who do not hear me, that means I have nothing good to say. And I'm not going to say anything at all until I have something good to say, or until I have really thought about my emotions and sorted them out. Because no one's going to make me do anything. I'm not even going to give you that type of power and extra, prestige in my life. There's nothing that you made me do. If I did it on my own, either ignorance, my own will, my own, whatever it is, it's something that I did and I have to be accountable for. There's nothing that a man can say. I can say, oh, he made me do that. No, I was being me, whether it's ignorant, silly, whatever it is, I did it. And I have to own up to it. I have to take accountability for that. I'm never going to say you made me do this. Nah.
Gotcha.
Take a lot of things seriously. Like, for example, whenever I'm with a woman, I do not like to meet her children, especially if my intent is not good. I will at all costs avoid any contact with her kids because they do not need to meet me because I know where my heart is a lot of times. So I don't know if that makes me good or bad, but I don't like to see the children get destroyed.
Wow.
You're doing your wrong right.
Right.
That's right. I agree. Wow. Cheyenne, you want to chime in?
Was
As
that
far as
Uncle
with
Jeff voice?
Crystal or
Sounds
with
like Uncle Jeff voice.
Corey just
Chime in to what I said.
What Corey said,
Listen,
I mean,
like
I
Jeff.
commend you on that. I think that that's something you should do. I've been in that same situation where I made sure that I kept myself distant from the kids because I know that I had not yet made the decision to be exclusive or committed to this man. And I think that's smart.
You got
because
kids?
I have no kids.
We need to work on that.
Who needs to work on that?
But let me.
Okay, so I played that clip.
Been a comedian.
I played that clip because it's pretty much a prelude to the rest of the clips that I'm going to play of her. I
How old
find
do you think she was there? 30,
Sorry?
35? How old do you
She
think
was 30.
then?
She was 30. She was 30. She was 31 years old.
Yes.
During that time. Shout out to Jeff Brown too. Jeff was on that panel also. Jeff Brown was on that panel also.
Yeah, that's why I heard his voice.
Yeah, he said something.
I'm like, I know a familiar voice in there. Yes, Jack.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the name when I first saw it, but I'm like, I know that voice. I played that clip because Dr. Bryant, a lot of times, or Cheyenne Bryant, she's a doctor, she puts herself in the place of a man and not the place of a woman.
That's what she is.
That clip, Coach Bird. In that clip, you know, you have Holcomb there saying, you know, I don't meet a woman's kids because that's not the place that I, you know, want to have in that woman's life, including her kids and my involvement with her. I'm not going to meet her children because that's not my intent. And she turns around and says, oh, I've done the same thing. I was dealing with a man and I didn't involve myself because that wasn't what I, you know, wanted to do. And I didn't want to involve myself in their life because I knew my intent in his life. And it wasn't necessarily to be his wife. It wasn't to have a long-term relationship with him. And then, you know, at some point meet his kids. Most times when you hear women talking about long-term relationships and the man already has a child, she can see herself in that child's life. Men, not so much. Men ain't just going to collect children and say, yes, you know, they got to think long and hard about that thing. But women as nurturers and she doesn't have any kids. So her brain doesn't think like that because after you get pregnant and after you have children, your mind does change as a woman, whether it changes for the better or worse, whatever side you go on is whatever side you go on. But your brain does when you have children. Yeah. But most women would say, you know, I could see whether she says it out loud or not. You know, I could see myself being with him and joining with him to take care of his child or, you know, the children that we'll have together or joining my life and my children with his children. But in that clip, she's like, yeah, I made the same decision. I'm not doing it either. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to play that clip for that. Anybody can chime if you want, but if not, I'll go on to the next.
Precious, what you said, I have to push back because most women don't see themselves with a man and his children. That's why when they know they got their slow ass kids that's grown, I don't want a man with young children. I want the children to be older. But most men would want to accept a woman with her children regardless of what age. And that's, you know, so you talking modern today? No, they ain't taking on nobody's kids. It's all good until some women do not like other women's children. They do not. I don't want a man with children. It's women with 2 or 3 children saying I don't want a man with a child. Now, a man, he comes in.
62 to 70% of women with children don't want a man with a kid.
That makes no sense. That's ass backwards. But a man will come in understanding that if she has children, and like Corey said, some guys know what their intentions are when they meet a woman. She done played them long enough. Now she gonna circle back, and we still gonna hold it. A lot of guys hold it, and then when they circle back, they ain't trying to meet the kids. They's coming through, doing what they gotta do 2 or 3 times. Depends on how your shit is making it rain. I mean, sun shining. If it ain't got no sunshine, he ain't circling back. But if it's enough for him to circle back, but he ain't gonna meet your kids.
Oh, you know why women with kids don't want a man with kids? Do you know why, right?
I thought I did. I pain I don't. Tell me why.
Oh, yes, you do. You know why? Because they know how they are with their kids, the new man.
Well, there you go.
They know how women behave when they have kids. They don't, so they know that they don't want that drama because that's the kind of smoke they give the other guy's girl. Yeah. Their baby daddy's girl. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Can't nobody say nothing to these slow ass kids today. Yeah. A man can come into a house and the first thing a woman say, they don't need a father. They got a father. But how can a man be in a house with with children and not do the things to protect that child? Most of the time, parents have to protect children from their own selves. So I'm not going to be waiting for you to get home and this child done down there caught the house on fire. I'm going to turn to your little slow ass kid's ass. And if I can't, I'm going to lock him outside and let him sit on the porch. Oh my God. But that's me though. I mean, I love the kids, but at the same time, if I'm trying to protect the family, I'm not going to ask you for protection. I'm not going to ask you for permission to protect. I'm going to protect in the moment. My father, when he came to me, she didn't ask my mother no questions. My mother would leave the house knowing when my father was getting on my ass. So I'm not going to come in, and that's why I didn't get with a lot of women, because I saw how they raised their children. And if you didn't have it, because I'm an educated dude, your kid got to do homework, at least act like he's going to be smart. I like sports. Your kid got to do something constructive. I don't clean up after nobody's kids. Never. Your ass 14, you can clean up everything in this house if you want to eat. But that's just me, though. And I've never failed from that. But shit, I ain't ready to do all that. Most women don't like their own damn kids, like our parents said. F them kids is what they do, not what they say.
Well, you know what, you guys are right. I've seen enough women that actually have said that. And unfortunately, it's sad. But you would think that a woman who is interested in you would be interested in those who are attached to you. But coming from the men, women ain't even trying. Women with children aren't even trying to pair with a man who has children, and that is sad. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. But I wanted to play that so you guys can see how she places herself in the man's role. JT, did you want to go?
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed when she did say that, it was the simple fact that, for one, knowing what I know about her, she was dipping with women too. So it makes sense when you hear her contradict herself in a lot of these different. I mean, like I used to listen to the Zoe What show almost every day, right? From one company to the next company, I've listened to them. That's where that's where I knew Jeff Brown from looking at that every day. They used to do a show, and when she was on that particular show, if you've seen the whole thing, you will understand that there's no way that she knows what she's talking about, because that show was about 2 hours long. She didn't say a whole lot. There was an actual real doctor that was in there, a real psych doctor, and his name was Dr. Golston. Rest in peace. He just recently died, but he had I got a couple of his books too. Get Out Your Own Way. And there was another one that he had where these books were really, really good books. So when she was on there, she didn't have anything to speak from a clinical standpoint or a psych standpoint. That's why she could only refer to what she know. And the only thing she knows is to be a kid to parents. She don't know anything about being a parent. She don't know anything about being with a man and building a family when the man already has it. Because what Corey was saying, for one, you would have thought that it was jokes, but when he was on that show, he didn't do as much joking as he do in his own shows. And what he was saying was actually something where most dudes was like, "You're right. It's a process to deal with it." You know what I'm saying? I've dated women with kids. You know what I'm saying? And the thing was that just by the grace of God, those kids were never put in a, you know what I'm saying, in that type of an environment where it was hostile between me and them, right? But it took me, one girl I dated with kids, it took me a year and a half to actually like meet them. They knew who I was. I knew, but she had to come to my house. I wasn't going to your house. I didn't want your kids, to be around me. And I learned that because, for one, I got kids of my own, right? So while I'm dating her, I have all these other things that I'm thinking we have to talk about. Have my other kids coming. My kids, they don't stay with me 24/7, but I got a room for them. You know what I'm saying? If we decide to take this relationship a little further, then how does that look? Are we going to get a bigger house? You know what I'm saying? These are the things that you have to talk about. A lot of people don't do those type of things, so it makes it very, very tumultuous once you start having these problems. So, the best thing in the world for two people to do is to be real with each other and do things that are practical. And being around kids that are not yours right away is the worst thing that you can ever do to those kids.
That's a fact. That's a fact, JT. That's why I was gonna say, like, I understand the perspective of what you said, Purchase, about like women are, natural nurturers and they just want, they could see that, but like, man, yeah, I've always felt, I guess, like as a full-time single father, like I've always felt like that sense of protection for my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, like, and being in the hood, seeing, even in my own house, like, niggas running in and out, or the neighbors niggas running in and out. Like I never wanted that for my daughter. So you know what I'm saying, if I couldn't see myself with you, see myself with or a future with you, like I wouldn't want you around my daughter. And so, like, if you had that same mentality, I wouldn't trip. Like if a woman I met was like, yo, like, I don't know where we're going just yet, so I'm not comfortable with meeting your daughter, then I would be like, okay, like I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to meet your kids either if we don't, you know what I'm saying, if it don't look like we're going that way, or if there's like the chemistry is not there, whatever it is, or if it's just like a fun time, we just here for a fun time, not a long time. I don't want to meet your kids. I don't want to be around your kids like that. I don't want to meet your kids. I don't want them calling me Uncle Frank. I don't want, like, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, like, for real. I'm just saying, because what
Mr. Uncle Frank.
Right, you could call me both of them Mr. Uncle. No, but that's real though, because you know what I'm saying, when kids get older, they realize that stuff. They be like, damn, like my uncle had my mama had a whole bunch of uncles, but I'm realizing that we don't have a lot of family. Like, we don't have a lot of family here. Like, when you start actually thinking about the real life shit, because when back in the day, when a lot of women called their side dude their brother, or you know what I'm saying, or their best friend, with the FREE, best friend, like that's really the cat who hidden it. He's not even her friend like that for real. He just the cat who hidden it. And they just had a long ongoing relationship to where he been able to hit for over a whole bunch of years. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what that is. But nah, like, I would. If
He
a
been
woman
loitering.
asked me, yeah, facts. Like, as soon as her relationship end, he hitting her up like, "Hey, I see you deleted the pictures, girl. I'm back in the
What's up?
yeah, I'm back. Hey, big head." You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
big head. Yeah.
As soon as you delete your girl pictures, hey, big head, she writing your comment. Like, nah, man. Like, I don't want. If I can't see you here for a long time, I respect it, and I don't want you around my daughter. Like,
Yeah.
that's a fact.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so we're gonna get into this next clip. This next clip is around like 7 or 8 minutes long, so we'll just chop it up as we go.
Okay.
A guy for 1 week.
Yes.
7
Take a lot of
days.
things
I said, let
serious.
me ask you something. How many other women are you talking to?
Golly.
Hey, RP, she said this clip is 6, 7, 8 minutes long. You told her this joint was gonna be 5 hours.
I was talking to.
It's not.
I'm patient. I'm here to,
A guy for 1 week.
Yes.
7 days. I said, let me ask you something. How many other women are you talking to? How many other?
This is date 1.
This is day
week
7.
1. Week 1. Yes.
Okay. Day 7.
Yes.
Because we're long distance.
Yes.
So it was a lot of conversation. On day 7, I said, you're creating a space for me that is making me feel like I want to give more of myself. But before I do that, I have a question. How many other women are you talking to? And he said, none. I said, okay. I said, and before we move forward with me giving more of myself, and when I say more of myself, I'm speaking of my emotions and my time, not my body, at least not at that space. I said, I'm an access woman. So before you can access anything of me, my heart, my body, my mind, I'm going to need access to what I believe creates a safe space for me. And that is passwords to your phone. I don't need keys to your house. I'm not saying I need the password on week 1. What I'm saying is, are you comfortable with doing that when we get to that space?
All right, so we're going to stop it. We're going to stop it there. All right. So week 1, 7 whole days. All right. She's talking to someone, and this is the conversation that she is having. She is saying, I'm an access woman. When we get to that space, are you going to give me access to your phone, to your emails, to your everything? She wants access to everything. Okay. What do y'all think about that? I think I already know. But what do y'all think about that? After week 1, this is the conversation that she is having with the man.
I'll give you my quick answer. Real quick. Anybody can drift off if they want to. She said, when we get to that space, to me, that space is when we're either engaged, or if I ask you to be my wife, that's it. Anytime before that, you don't have access to shit. I don't care, So if we don't get to that point where I want to marry you, you're never going to have access to my stuff. And the only reason why I know that's true is because my wife has access to all my stuff. Right? But no other woman's going to ever get that kind of access. Ever. So it's a long distance between our 7th day of knowing each other and me getting on bended knee to say, I want you to be my wife. And for her, it probably would have never happened.
Yeah. Having that conversation that early, she's making it seem so. Access is a byproduct.
That would have been my answer to her.
Right. Access is a byproduct of trust. Access is a byproduct of marriage. Access is a byproduct of creating a union with someone. It's not a prerequisite of getting in a relationship. And y'all not even really in a relationship. This is only week 1. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it's not a prerequisite of even talking to you, because at the end of the day, I feel like men are going to keep a lot of things close to their chest until they can trust you.
Oh,
you are. She capped. This story is make me choke. This story is cap. It's cap, right? But let's address it like a real, because that's what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
You is not gonna come at me like you know nigga.
It ain't happening.
Real.
Who is you talking to? I feel you put me in a space where I can give more of myself. We long distance talking on the phone. Who you talking
Exactly.
to?
You ain't shit.
Who you talking to? What? Shorty, you see, this is what I'm talking about, right? When people actually are sitting up there, they try to use this as a point, and I'm sure in the comments they were supporting. Yeah, girl, she's right. But what she's really doing is putting a barrier up, right? That's really what she's doing, right? This is what I like to call self-destruction, right? We ain't nowhere near the goal line, and you asking me something stupid. Don't that sound like something the dude would do? Listen, hold on. You know what, girl? You getting to the point where I can spend some money on you, shorty. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to make it. But what kind of access you gonna give me, girl? What can I get out of you? You know what I'm saying? I understand it's just the first date. Hear what I say. But I need that access, baby. What's popping?
In the place of a man, you ain't never
right. But like I said, this is what she's gay, right? If she's with chicks, right?
Yes.
This why I tell y'all, right? This is what I tell y'all, right? I don't listen to them people because their thought process is not correct. You against the natural order of things.
It's ass backwards.
Right?
Yeah,
So why would I take you serious?
Right.
Right? And let me give y'all this, right? Long distance relationships ain't real.
Not
at all. Not at all.
Get that out your head. It's not real. It's not real. Y'all might travel back and forth to each other's city and hit each other, right? But it
ain't real.
Right? If you not within a time frame where you can reach your partner within a reasonable time frame, that is not a real relationship. She hitting something and she let somebody hit and he hitting something else in his hometown. Y'all need to stop this.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
It's twin. What up, prototype?
What's
going on?
You know, I see my uncles up here. I just wanted to holler at them. You know what I'm saying? See my favorite uncles up here.
We'll get you straight.
What's going on with you, bro?
You know, just living the dream, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I definitely I don't care anything about how much you think you feel close to me. You're not getting no access to nothing. Nathan. This is the craziest part. Like, especially if you date me, you got to shit. My daughter's got all my access. If something happened to me, that's only if something happens to me. That's what that comes. You know how close you got to be to me for me to sit there and give. You know the stuff you got to put in to have that type of access. You don't even have access to me to talk to me every day. Okay. You talk about you can't talk to me every day, and I'm ignoring a lot of your texts. So hold on, you got a lot of work to do. Access to my phone, and no, I ain't gonna give you. Have you ever given anybody access to your wallet? Women, have you ever given a man access to your purse? That's crazy. Yeah. I can just go in there anytime I want to.
Women do that.
No, they'll tell you to go in there and get something.
No, but that's give you everything in her account.
What women?
I know plenty.
Wives. Ain't no woman. And if she giving you everything in her account, that's because she only had $300 in that mug and she owed you anyway.
No, man. I know women that'll give you your life. You know what I'm saying? They'll give you their soul. They give you their soul for sure.
No, there are women out there that have it, but bro, after a week, no. Hell no.
After a week. I'm saying, but a woman will give you her soul.
But it's work that you have to put in. That's my only point. You got to put some work in there. You don't just get this because you feel that you're entitled to it. You get it because you've shown a lot of things throughout this journey we call life. And then that's where it gets to the point where we start trusting each other and we start trading in and doing these type of things. Yes, those women do exist. Absolutely. But not no Cheyenne Bryant type women. Crazy. You don't get access to me at all.
I'm not saying she get access to you. I mean, but a lot of women do be having like access to like their man's location and stuff. I was just on a pod, I think with HD, and he was talking about how he gives his wife access to his location or whatever. And I'm like,
it does work. It does. So that's what I want to talk about that part, because it does exist, because I've seen dudes do it. That's why I keep, and I swear to God, I'm gonna keep it until they just get rid of it, a damn Android.
Right, but that's
I love an Android.
But
that's why I say I keep one. You ain't about to get no.
You could track any phone. You could track any phone.
Yeah, I mean they got AirTags and all kind of other shit.
Oh, I'm telling you.
But look though, he
Frodo
also
working
said his
IT
wife.
too. He'll tell you can track any phone if you want to now.
Yeah,
right.
You said,
that's true. That's true. That's true.
You
That's
said
true.
his wife. You didn't say like
right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We were talking about. We were talking when she said the video. When she said in the video, she said after like 7 days, and she starts
knowing
feeling
him.
a certain type of way. She's like, when we get to that point, I want access.
Yeah.
So you're saying. So the brothers on the panel are saying you're not getting that type of access until we're married and you're my wife.
She
Like,
moved
so
the
when-
goal.
right.
Champ, my bad, bro. That's why I'm saying she's lying, bro. She moved the goalpost once he initiated the stimulus and the question, right? She said you can play the video, right? I keep trying to tell y'all listening is a skill, right? She said, I had met this dude, I had a conversation with him. And when I felt like I was ready to give him some more me, when I say more me, I'm not talking about my money. I'm talking about my time, my attention, and my emotions.
Yeah, that's it. That's all she's talking about.
And then when he was like 7 days, that's when she moves the goalpost, right? So when we talking about in the actual event, I'm taking her at her word, right? That she said that's what she presented to him. At that moment, because that's what she needed, right? For her to feel that she even needed to give him access to any more of her emotion or personal thought.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I was trying to catch Proto up because he had said something about somebody saying their wife. That he had gave his wife has his location. I was just saying, yeah, you're saying exactly what the brothers on the panel are saying, because you mentioned wife. You like, so it wouldn't have been after if she said 7 days, cool, like, but it wouldn't have been after no damn 7 days, or it wouldn't have been after a month. You know what I'm saying? But if
it could be after a month. I'm not saying 7 days, bro, and I'm not even saying wife. Like, don't take it out of context. Don't be so, you know what I'm saying? But like boyfriend and girlfriends or people after a month that do exchange location, I think it's kind of strange. You know what I'm saying? But it was arguing me down on it. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And I've been married 11 years.
But I would do it today because I don't trust none of you little ugly crack era babies. Y'all wild as hell out there. So, but I look for safety reasons. Like my wife wants me to track her, and I let her track me because I've already had my turn in this pissy pool I got out here, young guys and young women. So I'm totally cool with that because like our pain, she's trusted me so much that she's giving me full access to everything about her. And as my wife, she's going to have full access to my stuff.
Wait, so before she was your wife, did you have full access to her like that?
No, I didn't require it because
regardless if you required it or not, because you had it before.
Yes. Before I got married, she told me
that's
everything.
What I was saying. Before she was your wife, she still would have gave you everything. You probably only married her because she would give you everything.
Yes, but at the same time, what she said in reference to her is she's making these demands and she's not moving forward until you give her
the access. Right. She's not giving you more of her until you give her the access that she wants.
Right. She did say she doesn't require the password and things of that nature after a week. She did say that. We'll give that to her. However, to have this conversation after a week to me is crazy because this is how I look at it as a woman. I look at what a man freely gives. Because a man is going to freely give what he wants to give. Okay. He may take a request here or there. but he's going to give what he freely gives. That's what he gonna do. What he just naturally do, that's just what he gonna do. So I'm not coming after a week like, oh, I'm gonna need access to this and I'm gonna need access to that. I don't even know you to know enough to know if I still want to talk to you next week or the week after, or if you want to talk to me after a week or the week after, right? We don't even know each other enough to ask for these things. There's nothing wrong with having boundaries and standards and things like that. But to come into a fresh, a new situation, if you want to call it a new experience with someone, and after a week have this conversation, to me is just a little controlling. It shows signs of you trying to control someone, because we're going to talk about the access that someone gave her and what she did with that access, but we're going to
let me say this on the behind. Listen, no matter what she says from here on out, she's a woman who wants the man that she wants on her terms. The truth of the matter is, the man that she wants will never give you himself on your terms. I told women that all the time.
Exactly. The man you want don't move the way you want.
That's right. The man you want is not going to, because that automatically he's never going to give you access to him on your terms because you want him. And by definition, there's no way I'm gonna give you access. You want me, chick? If I want to marry you, it's going to be on my terms. And I'm a nobody. My wife married me on my terms. She could have said no, but I know what I was going to give up to ask her to marry me, and I was just a nobody. You're going to marry me. This is my terms. Yeah, you want to be in part of this? Here's the pieces of the puzzle that I have missing, and I'm saying you're the piece that I want to put in this spot. And she said yes.
Imagine.
But if she didn't want to play that part, we wouldn't be married.
Imagine doing it though, R-Pain. Imagine giving her all that access, and then she don't even it don't even work out. It not even that it don't even work out, but that she don't even continue ahead and give you the access that you thought that you was gonna give her. You know what I'm saying? That she said that she said that you could possibly get basically if you give her the access that she actually wants. So you don't actually get that access. There's a chance that you can get it. You might be able to get it. There's no guarantee you're gonna get that access to her, but you have to guarantee, give her the access that she wants before it's even an option on the table that she gives you the access that she wants. That's the crazy part.
And you need to sit in those feelings of being a sucker until you learn to be otherwise. That's what make you grow. Like you ever somebody ever take advantage of you and you have to sit in that feeling of the loss. That will make it makes you never go through it again.
That's how I go.
That's how you learn.
Take them L's, bro. Take them L's sometimes, man.
Miranda says, okay, so if that question's out of bounds, wouldn't it be the same to ask if they want marriage? No, I don't think it would be the same, because asking someone if they want marriage just, makes you know if you're going to go down that lane with them if they want marriage or not. That kind of gives you a sense of direction when you ask that question. And again, like I said, access is the byproduct of marriage, but it's not a prerequisite of you dating someone. Even when you're dating someone, it doesn't give you're not entitled to access to everything that they have. You're just not.
Yeah, the dynamics are totally different.
Yeah, and vice versa, and so that's why, when she talks about giving access and she's like, not to my body, to my mind and my time and all that other stuff that she was saying, because she thinks that if she gives him access to her body, then she's not going to get the access that she wants. But again, access is a byproduct of marriage, just like
How dare she? How dare she?
Yeah, she's lying about that too.
How dare she? You know what I'm saying? Trying to put you in a box so when you do go, let me see your phone. Bitch, who you
right,
talking to?
Right. And we know how vindictive and just overall crazy women can be when they have an ounce of access to you. Okay. We know how they can turn it around We know how they can ruin your life. We know what that looks like when women even have a little bit of access to you. So to give them access to your privacy, to me, is crazy.
And I hate changing my password at work, let alone my own
Okay.
shit. You know what I'm saying? You crazy. Chick.
You change your password. Come on.
Please.
Bryant.
Why they
When we
dress you
get to
like
that
asking
space.
that for?
I think it's the aesthetic. They probably was like, "Where's some purple and paint, girl?"
both of them? My bad.
Week one.
No. I'm not saying week one, give me your password.
Okay.
I'm saying that when
Okay.
we move into that space,
Yes.
because now I'm feeling like I want to spend more time with you. I want to invest equity into this relationship.
Yes.
Equity for me in week one is time, conversation on the phone, and yes, you can fly me to come see you.
Yes.
That's equity for me.
That's fine.
Okay. But when we get to the space of now, this environment has become safe and my body is now feeling moved to want to be intimate with you.
Yes.
Or my heart is feeling moved to want to be committed to you. When we get there, I know that I'm going to ask for access. So I'm not going to set myself up to get there, ask for it, and then this is not what you're in alignment with, because the longer I stay, the more expensive it is for me to pull out. So,
Yes, but does that not bring to bear a presumption of guilt or absence of trust that at the door, I need a passcode?
with that,
But if I am giving you no red flags, no flashing lights, the phone ain't vibrating.
Yeah. I love this. No, I love
so
this
why do you
question.
come straight into the door like, hey, I got to trust, come behind you? Am I carrying what happened with the last
I love this
situation?
No, because both of my fiancés, knock on wood,
Yes.
was no infidelity that I know of.
Okay.
And I had access to phone, computer, Instagram, Facebook, bank account, and we lived together. So I obviously had access to our home. And I would navigate the phone. They would navigate mine. And we never, ever had a conversation about another woman or a man that had to create division between our relationship. I never left for that. So I'm not bringing in a, per se, redo to this new dating space. What I'm doing is saying, I'm not wanting your passcode so I can access your phone so I can see that you're cheating. I don't want to be broken, Pastor Bryant. I don't want to be dismantled.
Yeah.
I don't want to be hurt. For me, that's a reassurance. And as the Bible says, love your partner by knowledge of them, well, I'm giving you knowledge of me. So if that works for you, then align with me. If it doesn't, let's pivot now. And there's no hard feelings.
All right. Uncle Rick, I saw the reaction.
But I tell you, she's a self-sabotager. I got you. How did it work out for you?
Did you hear what I said?
Beyonce queens. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Twice. And she said infidelity wasn't an issue. She had access to everything.
But look, right? So like I told y'all earlier, right? Perception shapes everything, right? So if you was in two long-term, meaningful relationships that were so great that you was able to use them as an example of why your relationships work, and you've been proven twice, right, that them giving your information and there was no infidelity. So why are you still asking for it? You've had two examples that men that were with you, at least that your choices made, at least in that category, right? That they don't cheat and they talking to other women. So why is it still required?
Right.
Because somebody lying.
Did you hear what I said?
Because somebody lying. She's a liar. 2 fiancés. 2. And now you dating women. Can somebody make this make sense for me, or am I pulling it out my ass tonight?
Oh, like what you breaking up for? Like, I don't see no plausible reason to break up with somebody.
But he's a fruit, so you know he gonna play into her emotions and shit. So he,
you know, I mean, but as far as she's telling the story, she don't got no real reason to even break up with her 2-3 fiancés that she so-called had. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like she's more so scared of herself, that she's going to have to uphold a standard that she put up a standard for them, and she at the same time, and she can't maintain that standard. Because if he was to maintain the standard, then she would have to be maintained. You know what I mean? So she can't do it. So she sabotages herself. She sabotages the relationship because she can't be a good wife. She know it.
Hey, there you go, my boy. Right? Most women, if they got the man they say they wanted, wouldn't know what to do with him.
Wouldn't even know. She don't know what to do with him. She couldn't be a good wife if she wanted to. That's what I hear.
That's crazy. It's hella crazy to me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, go and let her finish telling these lies she about to tell.
Yeah, that's hella crazy to require some shit that never happened to you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's hella crazy because most of the time when people require those type of things is because maybe like something in their past, like something happened. But to say like, oh, I never was cheated on. Nobody ever gave me a reason to want these things, but I just, it just gives me reassurance that you're not doing these things. You know what I'm saying? So who cheated on you to make you need the reassurance is my question, because somebody had to cheat. Somebody phone had to be blowing up at 12 o'clock at night while you was laying next to him because you was really the side piece. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit really had to happen. It's just no way you start just finding these like off the wall requirements. And I'm not saying it's off the wall, but it is off the wall when shit never happened to you. Like then you just throwing shit up in the air like, okay, well now you got to do this. All right, yeah, I need your bank account information. I need to know, like that. No, motherfucker, like, like that's crazy as hell.
So what I was going to say, I don't know if this is going to happen, Precious, when you continue this thing, but if this guy doesn't ask her, why did those two relationships fail, then this whole interview is a fraud. That's the only thing. Now that she said that shit, the only thing I want to know is how come those two goddamn relationships didn't work? Everything was great. You just told us everything was great, and you lost 2 engagements. I want to know what happened. Because everything she says after that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
She chose what she chose. She wanted the sister. She wanted the cheeks, the lick. That's what she wanted.
The craziest part is that you're gonna get a lot of questions from me once you tell me and you reveal to me that I've been hurt like this before and I don't want to be hurt again. Oh, we got a problem. What they call it, I don't like to use the word, but they call it red flags. You got unresolved issues and you're still in that same relationship that you was in. I don't want to deal with you and that nigga. I don't want to have to deal with the shit that you have unresolved. Don't have me to have to pay for the last relationship, the last 2 relationships. First and foremost, you're kind of disqualifying yourself with me by calling yourself an ex-fiance. That ain't real. Ain't nothing real about that. Wife. That's what it is. Fiance don't mean nothing. That was a promise to pay. That's all that was. You tripping. Yeah. You got, so this is the thing, and I gotta say this, Rick. What a lot of women end up failing at with relationships with guys that are kind of like set, is because once we start asking questions and you start being tight-mouthed about it, you kind of disqualifying yourself.
Yes, sir.
I was on the panel earlier today. I'm like, man, listen, the problem with a lot of you fellas, and we were talking to men, y'all don't know how to say no. Y'all don't know how to disqualify someone. I'm not going to be sitting there looking at all these indicators and what they call red flags and don't do anything or say anything about them. No, this is right now, it's telling me that I got to take action, especially when it's in the beginning of the relationship. You kind of disqualify yourself when you are leading with the past hurt from your last relationship. Quit calling yourself an ex-fiance. That don't sound right. That don't sound good at all. I was in a last relationship, and once we get to talking about it, this is the greatest thing about with men. We are inquisitive, but we only want to know certain things so we would know how to navigate or to take action. I don't want to know anything about, because once you start telling me and I'm still seeing that you got feelings for, whether he wasn't shit and he abused me, and I was in a relationship with a man that for 6 years we was in a relationship, and the only thing I have to deal with is abuse from him. You just disqualified yourself with me, really. To tell you the truth, it's done. You kind of hurt yourself on that one when you're talking to me. Most guys, they'll still keep going.
I'm gonna do you one better. Once you told me your daddy wasn't shit,
yeah, it's over.
That set the bar for me.
Hey,
it's over. It's over.
Hey, JT, I've been proposed to 4 times.
That's crazy.
That right there, bro. The one thing the first thing that come to my mind is, so you got all the way to that point with this man. Like, you knew, because if a man gonna get down on the knee and propose to you and shit, y'all talked about this. Yeah, at some point in time, y'all talked about marriage. Yeah. Like, y'all talked about a future with each other, right? Like, so I mean, does any man just automatically just propose and y'all never had one marriage conversation? No type of marriage conversation at all? And then you get to that point and then you turn them down, but you knew that you didn't want that shit from the jump?
Word.
She was engaged, according to her words, she was engaged to one guy for 10 years.
That's crazy. So automatically that tells me I can string you along.
Access denied.
You're a string along.
Yeah, you a string along, right?
She said that she kept putting the wedding off because she kept going back to schools and getting all these degrees, and she just knew that this guy wasn't the guy she wanted to be with for life. But I mean, if a man want to marry you, he gonna marry you.
Look, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
With your school and what degrees you get in and things of that nature. So,
facts. That's exactly what I was saying. So he wanted to, and she knew that she didn't, but she still let it get there multiple times. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy part to me.
Yeah, she's a serial fiance.
Well, she was monkey branching that whole time. She was looking for somebody else that whole time.
Yeah, she was, man.
So she didn't care. You know what? I got this fallback position because he's safe. A lot of women do that, by the way. She said, I'll stay with you. You know why? Because it's dangerous out there. So every so often, if I get the itch, I go back to the safe guy. Let him bang me out. Then I go back out into the wild. A lot of women do that. A lot of women with baby mamas, they do that. A lot of them do that.
That's the Jenny complex.
Especially if they don't want to, go out there in the dating world. You know what? I got a baby by this asshole. So every so often, I'll let them come over and hit it, so I don't have to worry about that. Get that off my chest, and then I'll go back out there and do their thing. So it's less danger because I know where this guy's coming from. So I know how to protect myself.
That's the Jenny complex. She's treating you like Forrest Gump. That's Janae. She's treating you like you Forrest Gump.
What do you do? Is he mine? Is he like me?
Hey, for a long time, my bad. Before we move on, Prince, my bad. Hey, for a long time, I didn't know what he meant, but he said, "Man, at night, my mama used to sweep coons off the porch." I didn't know what the hell they meant at first. I was a little kid when that shit came out. Mama used to sweep the coons off the porch.
He was like, "Hey, my favorite part. You know, my favorite part of Forrest Gump is." He was like, "Your mama really cares about your schooling, boy." Where's Daddy at? He on vacation.
It's fun watching movies back that came out when we were younger and actually, getting the idea of what they were actually talking about.
Yeah,
that was a great
absolutely.
movie.
Absolutely.
Even I was never a cartoon person. I never was the one like, Saturday morning cartoons. But even those, they have a lot of hidden messages in them.
Yeah, it's because y'all didn't get outside much.
The Flintstones was the one. That was Fred and Barney.
You don't understand them things. We done been through some things.
So the phone code is a breaker.
Oh, is it a non-negotiable?
Yes.
It is the passcode access. Let me say it because I'm single and I'm in my choosing phase.
Yes.
And I'm choosing
And I've
my
given
husband.
you no reason.
There's not a reason. It's called transparency. I operate from a place of transparency, not honesty. Honesty means I have to ask you questions. I don't want a relationship with you when I have to drill you like an investigator. When you're talking about trust, an investigator has to ask you 500 questions to figure out what their clarity is that they're seeking. That's not the relationship I seek. I seek transparency. Transparency is, baby, I have a flight at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
When I land, I have a meeting. And X, Y, and Z will be there. And I happen to still do business with the guy I used to date before you because he's in on this deal. He'll be there too. That's transparency. So you ain't have to act.
Wait, what did she say?
Yeah, she said it.
This word salad is something different.
Did she say a guy?
That used to bang her out. It's gonna be there. Getting some of that money. He gonna get some of that money. So I'll be home a little late.
He will. Hold on, because I don't know. Hold on.
Breaker.
Oh, is it a non-negotiable?
Yes.
It is the passcode access. Let me say it because I'm single and I'm in my choosing phase.
Yes.
And I'm choosing
And I've
my
given you
husband.
no reason.
There's not a reason. It's called transparency. I operate from a place of transparency, not honesty. Honesty means I have to ask you questions. I don't want a relationship with you when I have to drill you like an investigator. When you're talking about trust, an investigator has to ask you 500 questions to figure out what their clarity is that they're seeking. That's not the relationship I seek. I seek transparency. Transparency is, baby, I have a flight at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
When I land, I have a meeting. And X, Y, and Z will be there. And I happen to still do business with the guy I used to date before you because he's in on this deal. He'll be there too. That's transparency. So you ain't have to ask me anything.
Yes.
For me, transparency is also, we are transparencing together. You have access to my body, don't you? If we get to that space, you have access to my heart, to my mind, right? To me, my heart, my mind, my body is more valuable than that punk ass phone. So for me, if all I'm asking for is access to something that you have nothing to hide, that I'm not saying I want it to pick up and go through, because if I want to pick it up and go through it, Pastor Brian, guess what? I ain't got to ask for the password, because you know everybody can find that out. That's easy work. To find out women find out passwords all day long. Let's keep it real.
Listen.
Do they not? Do they not? Do they not?
Yes.
Okay, so wait a minute. So is it not better to have a woman that says to you, baby, I'm asking for access because I never want to really, I'm not trying to pry into your privacy and sneak into your phone. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that. Let me disclaimer, I'm not going to do that. So all I'm saying is I want access to it, because being that I have access to it means that you've given me permission and authority.
Right, but if
hold on.
yes.
And giving me permission and authority is the love language. Stick with me. It's the principle. It's not the password. It's the fact that you said, baby, here goes a key to my house, so when I'm out of town, you can leave when you want to. That doesn't mean I want to go run through your drawers and see what's in there. That means you're giving me access and authority to your home. That's a principle that opens up a space for me. That's called a love language. I am not going to be in a bed with a man who can access my body. That is priceless, and I can't access a $89.99 or $499.99 Samsung or iPhone because you think that's a breach of your privacy. You keep your $500 phone over there, and I'll keep my priceless mind, body, and soul over here. I have yet to have an issue with being in a relationship with a man, and I have been engaged multiple times.
Yes.
And I have in these 6 years said no to multiple rings because I refuse to get engaged again without going through with it.
Yes.
I have yet to have an issue with the man who's not a womanizer, who wouldn't say passwords. I don't care about that. Okay, so what? And this is the thing. If you need to do what you do, womanizer, and you want to keep a woman of my caliber and you think you just that smart to do it, run the password, get another phone, and do it your way. But I'm not going to make it easy for you.
Yes.
If you want her that bad, Get a phone for her and keep that shit over there.
I'm with
But
you
you
on the
gonna
50
respect
y'all.
it.
Mind you, this is a pastor she's talking to, and now she's getting there. Now there is no level of respect, right? I would never. Me and my pastor talking. Now I'm not gonna be like, and keep that shit over there. Like,
Right, that shit crazy. That's wild.
But that's your character, Precious. This ain't this woman's character. Everything she's doing is cap.
No, but what Precious is saying is that man doesn't have the authority. She does
He
not
ain't
even
gonna hold her
respect.
accountable.
No, listen what I'm saying. She doesn't respect him enough to at least if she slip and say shit or something like that, she'll say,
"I'm sorry,
my bad." Stuff. You know what I'm saying? She ain't even got the wherewithal to sit back and say, let me, you know what I'm saying? Let me gather myself.
My goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So how can you take
what kind of pass is Bryant anyway? Though?
Exactly.
Right. So it's a two-way street on that whole thing. But let's get to this word salad that she's saying with that mind, body, and soul. The thing is, man, and I can tell you this, I ain't never met this man in person, but I can tell you right now, women have gotten so mad at this man because he won't let them go that far. That's my man, Uncle Rick. Guaranteed. She get to talking that dumbass shit, he gonna be like, nah, see.
You lying.
You're lying. You fucking lying. You're lying.
Y'all lying.
You're lying. I know he do. I know it. I met this dude before. I ain't talking about him per se. I met cats like him. And I understand why because I can say this. She may have met some really, really good guys. She may have met some really, really good guys. And it was some dudes that was not letting her go through all it. The reason why she's talking the way that she's talking right now is because she's on a platform and she's out here just saying. But when she's talking and then she's in a relationship and she's active in a relationship, that shit don't go that way. Not with no real men. Hey, man, we be like, man, if you don't take your goofy ass on somewhere, please get the hell on. Leave me alone.
It never goes anywhere with her, and it never will because she's a man.
She's
right?
Yes.
I'm sure when it comes out, when they finally break up, she probably like, well, my dildo bigger than your dick. My strap on bigger than your dick. Right? She wants to control. I mean, all women want to control the goddamn relationship. We all know that, right? But she make it so upfront that she's not even covert about it, right? Dude get turned off by that shit. You ain't gonna even lie to me, bitch. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna fake it. Like this, like, no, she's a dude. These perverts, man, I don't care what y'all say, man. I got 50 years on y'all, man. I'm telling y'all.
Trying to tell you.
These people, man, they don't think straight. It's the reason why they are what they are. I keep trying to tell y'all, man. Most of these people have a skewed look on reality because, like I said, their intent mentally is to go against the nature of things. Look at her. She talks like a man. She talks like a goddamn man.
Yeah.
So when a man get in there, then listen, she cute. Let's say what.
Yeah, absolutely.
She got a nice body, right? Dude's trying to hit, right? Hey, maybe she ain't that bad. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, and it's like JT said, right? The talk ain't really like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's her mentality, though, right? So her mentality is going to control her actions towards that man when she's in a relationship. She can try to fake the funk as much as she wants, right? But that shit's going to come out. And again, when she comes out and she tries to be the boss bitch and the man, dudes be like, especially if they decent dudes, like she say, because they at least tried to make you an honest woman with your stupid ass.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They tried to make an honest woman out of you, and then you pull your dick out, they go on over there and jack yourself off, bitch.
The thing that hurt her, though, Rick, is not somebody calling her out her name and shit like that. This is the thing, and it hurts a lot of these women now when a man can say these words. Lady, please leave me alone.
Yeah.
When a man tell you that you're pestering him, it hurts. It hurts worse than a man calling you. When a man don't want to play your reindeer games, and he like, ma'am, will you please stay away from me? I don't ever want to see you again. Do you know how much that hurt these women now? This is why they sit back and say they hurt. She ain't got hurt because some man was abusing her, putting his hands on her, calling her out her name. She was hurt because she found out that he don't want to deal with her no more. He like, I made my bad. I'm sorry that I even wasted me and your time.
My fault.
It's not
my
you.
fault.
It's not you. It's me.
It's not you. It's me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna apologize to you. And then she get the thing. Yeah. He be like, ma'am, just leave me alone. I don't want nothing here. It makes it even worse if a man pay her. He like, look, I'm gonna give you these $200 so you can stay the hell out of my life. Just go. What else you want? You want the PlayStation 5? What you want? I just want you gone.
Like,
take everything.
Just leave me
take it all. It hurts them. That's what hurts them. The rejection is what hurts them. It ain't the dude that's going out here putting his hands on her. None of that. It's the guys that's sitting back saying, I love me way more than I hate you. So what I want to do is just have some peace. Just leave me alone. Please? The please part is what really hurt him. I'm begging you.
Go
now.
Hey, JT, though. Hey, JT, bro, something you said. Something you said goes to this shit too, JT. You said it goes along with what you said, bro, on BMU, right? You said, I don't want to listen to people who opted out. Yeah. If you turn down men in these multiple relationships, multiple men, and you opted out on this side of the fence, and now you want to be on that side of the fence, where even women on side of the fence are jumping off that side of the fence, I don't want to listen to you. Like, this is real rap. I can't take. Why? You gonna tell me about heterosexual relationships when you done opted out of it? And not only did you opt out of it, once you jumped over there, you ain't found nothing over there that has held you down and cemented you, gave you access to their phone and all that shit, and you still ain't moved forward with more access to them. Right? Not only that, and then you see the studs. The studs are starting to come back. They like, I'm tired of these. They like, I'm tired of these hoes.
That's wild. Chill out.
That's wild. That is wild. When you got women saying, hey man, listen, I'm about to take these baggy pants off. I'm sorry, fellas. Because these women is crazy.
What Ruben Sutter said, I'm sorry for 2004. all the studs, I'm sorry for 2025. They all coming back to this side. They said, I'm tired of paying all the bills. I'm tired of having to be the man. I want to be in my feminine energy. She put up her pants and put on
hey, with their hat backwards, they like, I'm taking all this off.
Right.
I'm taking it all off.
These studs in their soft era now. They're in
their soft era now.
You know the funny thing about studs. You ever know a stud that y'all grew up with that used to like you, and then you get around them as an adult, and they go back to acting like a girl around you?
Yes.
Yep. That's the funniest thing. Like girls, I went home one time. You know, I don't live where I'm from, so I went home one time, and I was like, "Wait, you like this?" But she was completely batting her ass, straight feminine,
bruh.
Like we was back in like 2003.
Yeah.
she in her whole stud suit though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Her girlfriend. What made it so bad? Her girlfriend was sitting right next to her, and she was like, "Well, who is that?" And she's like, "Oh, I used to like back in the day." You know what I'm saying? Like. That was so wild to me. Like, you just turned straight feminine.
Yeah, Proto, the crazy part about it though, every post, hey, you know you coming home to daddy. What? Yeah. And you was just batting your eyes at me when I see you. Come on.
Listen, I know y'all seen that shit with the barber and the cute stud.
That's a funny thing.
Bro, this was probably about 10 years ago. My cousin had a friend. My cousin was trying to be in that stud shit too, and she had a friend. This girl was beautiful. I'm like, listen, listen, you don't want to come back over here? Dog, she did exactly what you just said, Prototype. She got the batting them eyes and smiling. Go ahead on, bro. Go ahead on. Then she was just like, I was like, you sure you don't want this? This is, Hey, she could not stop. Boy, you crazy. She turned into a straight female. She was right back to being a female all over again. I'm like, well, you know you can't be because I used to joke with my cousin, all of them. I'd be like, you can't be a man. Your feet too small. What, when you ball your fists up, look how little your fist is. You a woman. Come on. Just come back over here.
Baby shoes on.
Yeah. You got baby. Right, you still getting half.
Baby shoes on.
Them Jordans is $39, baby. Them Jordans that you got, them ones, those are $39. Because you ain't even wearing a 6 yet. You got a 5.5.
Shut up before I push you down.
Right. Get the hell out of here.
I think that's funny.
That in the 9 years that before I got with my wife, I mean, I had a lot of these experiences you guys are talking about. When I used to work in Buffalo, there was this chick who was the flower, right? She was the flower in the relationship. And she had a stud. The dude was like, you know, it was the ladies all studded up, but she used to, the flower used to drive me home. And she liked me. She was cute. And she kind of liked me. And I'm saying, should I try to convert her? Or not? You know, I think I could take her stud. You know, I think if I had to.
You take a stud?
Wait,
I can take her stud.
But she was cool. She came over to the crib a couple of times. I said, man.
I just for one, I never understood a stud or women who want to look like men, but they're women. I always thought that studs reverted to being studs because maybe they weren't pretty enough women. And so it's like, all right, let's look like a stud because I know how to, or I feel more comfortable in men's clothing or boys' clothing than I do in women's clothing. And so they didn't have that femininity about them. I think that some studs are studs because maybe they had a bad sexual encounter with men, whether it was voluntary or involuntarily. I feel like that's why some women, you know, become studs, and they just don't want to deal with penis no more, you know, for whatever reason, right? And then I think that some women are studs because they have this mental complex of she gets this attention from men. Let me show the men that I can get this attention from her. Like it's a competition of the sexes with the women, right? Like, oh, I know that, you know, so-and-so like her, but I like her too. So I'm going to do whatever because women know what women like. Like you might like a dude at the end of the day, but women know what's going to get the attention of a woman faster than a man does. Not saying that y'all don't, but you know, y'all might have to do y'all research. You want to ask her a million questions. You're gonna have to like try and get to know her. Whereas women know the nature of other women, so it's not gonna be that hard for her to try to impress a woman. But studs to me, I just never understood. It's like if you're gonna like a woman, like why not still just be your womanly self? Like, you know what I mean? I don't understand. And then the whole strap-on situation. It's like
that whole pretending shit. Yeah, that's
like that to me, like I can't do toys. The strap-ons, like all that stuff to me is just like, what are you doing? Why do you have it? Why are you spending your money on it? Like to me, that's just crazy.
Yeah, well. But by the way, back in my day, we didn't call them studs.
What'd you call them?
Bulldaggers.
Bulldoggle.
Straight dykes. Yes, sir.
Dykes are bulldaggers.
Yeah. No stud.
Yeah, that she's a bulldoggle.
Yeah.
And they didn't show up in men's spaces.
No, they didn't.
So they did.
Yeah.
Shout out to them, though. Shout out to them.
Shout out to them.
Not shout out to them.
On the 50-yard line, where I'm throwing a flag on the field,
I'm listening.
is that nobody would be giving you a key to the house the first week.
And
You asked this in the first 7 days.
Yeah.
So in the first 7
clear
days,
it up, Pastor Bryant. Clear it up. I didn't ask for the password in 7 days.
Yes.
I asked that when we get to this crossword road of commitment, And
I understood.
Yes, of commitment.
Yes.
Part of committing to me, just like there's commitment standards for you and other men, is access. Because when you commit to me, I'm giving you access to me. And if you can't honor and respect access to me, being a part of me, accessing everything that comes with you, then we don't have a commitment. And we are not operating from a space of what works for us collectively. Now we're operating from a space of what works for you. And there's a two-party relationship here.
I'm almost there. I want to be there.
Are you at 70 yet?
I want to be there.
70 yards on yet?
We at the speed limit. It's a bump in the road. My question is,
Let me ask you this. Does your wife have your password?
Yes.
So what are we talking about here?
Yeah, my wife.
So what are we talking about here?
She didn't have it that first week now.
But did
she
she
didn't
have it? Did she
and I
have,
wasn't just
did she
giving
have
out
it before
keys.
she was your password? Before she was your wife?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're in the end zone.
Yes.
Now we're in the end zone.
Yes, for a
we
wife,
drove it
sure.
there.
The problem is that she ain't never made it to the end zone. She get right to the 10-yard line and she fumbles the bag.
It has to make you wonder at this point, what exactly do you want this information for? Because if you've had that information and you still didn't go all the way with these men, what man at this point is going to give you his time, his treasure, all of that? Because wherever a man's treasure is, there's his heart as well, right? So why would he do that at this point? And you ain't really doing nothing with it. What did you do with it when you had it?
Exactly. It goes back to she's lying.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
every man, but Precious, every single man that she's just talked to knows that she gave up that box for a couple of chicken dinners at some point. Now she wants me to give her access to my life and all that. Get out of here. I mean, you don't get to, with the way she's speaking, that as she's gotten older and she's been through whatever, however many men, you don't even have to be a lot. Now we got to pay a higher premium for her on a come line, but for us to have access, for her, the access is sex. Because she keeps saying, I got to give you all of this information just so we can lay down and have sex. That's just bullshit.
And it goes to the point of where we said earlier, though, Payne, she gonna get slutted out. This is the thing. When a man, you sit there talking that shit, that man listen to that shit. Once he gets you there and he make your ankles be your earmuffs, and now your ass is sitting there and you.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. You know, this is the craziest thing, and this is why when I be like, how did these women think that they could do what men do? There's no way. I was like, damn, if you can see yourself having sex with a man, do you understand how crazy you look? You're vulnerable. This man can snap your neck at any time. The way that you are, the positions are compromised positions. Doggy style, missionary. You think you doing something because you on top doing cowgirl? That don't do shit. That man got that damn hip. Anytime that you do something he don't want, he'll flip you on over. You don't dominate. And I told the woman this before. I said, you have no idea of how tumultuous sex is. If you knew what we had in our mind while we hitting them skins, we ain't listening. It starts out with the Isley Brothers and all that shit. By the time you midway in that shit is 2 Live Crew.
That shit's for her anyway. So
it's only for her. Because right now we talking about up, get it, face down, ass up, turn your ass around. You getting slutted the fuck out. You ain't screwed me, I screwed you. That's why we have a problem with niggas that talk about getting pegged.
But that's what I'm saying, that her understanding is incorrect. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I want to point out. What her this is the biggest red flag about her, right? For one, right, she wants to play masculine and feminine.
Right.
You can't
Can't
do
do
that.
that.
This what women don't understand, right? Men, and I like to preface it like this, right? When we as fellas talk about how we got to keep our emotions in check, because if your emotions go out of whack too many times with a female, what's gonna happen? Right? She gonna
Set
look
up.
at you. She gonna look at you a certain way, right?
Right.
Notice how she was like, "Okay, I need you to give me your numbers, da 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 da, and if you want to fly me out, that's okay too." So you the man in a relationship where you want to be, right? But when it come to putting some paper on the table or getting somebody to see you, right, then it's his responsibility, right?
Right.
Right? She ain't to be trusted. I don't trust no female that mess with females. I just don't for a healthy relationship. I don't trust no female that will actually lick another female's pussy. I don't trust her.
Yeah.
That hoe is greedy. It doesn't matter as long as I'm just telling y'all what it is, right? She's greedy, right? No matter what happens when a rubber hits the road, right? She's gonna choose her how can I say this? Her desires over the right thing to do. Right? She'll never be married. I'm telling y'all right now, she'll marry a chick. She'll marry a chick.
Yeah.
But as far as a man coming in and doing that, that's not happening, bro. Not with all that. Not with all that. Buy a dog and tie alone. You know, y'all know the routine.
Nah, absolutely not. Especially, like you're saying, what we keep missing is that women have these expectations for men that like these guys have to be, Don Quixote and shit, right? That guy will never want a woman like her. Right? That top dude is never going to choose her. Not for anything else but recreation. And maybe even not that. Because if he's at that level, he's probably reached the age of discernment where he's a little bit more judicious where he sticks his pecker in.
But it don't take asking for passwords and that type of access to know if a man is going to deal with you. Like it don't take asking for passwords to see where you stand in a man's life. It don't take all that. It shouldn't take, oh well, I'm gonna ask him for his passwords, and if he don't give me his passwords, then I'm not gonna be with him.
Right.
It doesn't take that. You can she's 41, 42. You've been on this earth long enough to be able to gauge and read a man. If a man is not doing certain things, that means he don't want you to hold a certain place in his life, and you got to be okay with that and walk and keep it moving. But to say that you're setting this precedence so early in a relationship, like you setting the rules, and you better give me authority, and you better, I this whole cell phone obsession, I don't even want to.
It's not it. The cell phone password is a metaphor for her control.
Yeah, like I don't even
metaphor for her being in control.
Men, I don't even want to know. I don't that like. I think and that's that Eve trait, right? Don't eat from this tree.
Yeah.
You can eat from all the trees up here. Just don't eat from this one, right?
Yeah.
And what women want to do? They want to eat from the one.
I want that one.
That one. It looks good. It looks juicy. I think I would know everything if I ate from that one, right?
Absolutely.
Why would I want to be in your phone? Why would I? For what? So I can be cursing you out and nagging you, and it don't even gotta be that you with somebody else. Or why you liking this picture? And why you doing? I don't have time, nor do I want to have that mental space of knowing what you doing when I'm not looking, when I'm not around. Like that's between you and God. You're going to have to work that out with God, because it's going to be revealed in some time or another. I don't have to look at it. If your intentions are pure, or if your intentions are not pure, it'll be revealed at some point in time.
And
it's
so
a confirmation of her control. That's all she looked at. The phone is just, if that man acquiesces to what she's saying, that gives her the feeling of that she's in control of this dude, and it's gonna be downhill for him all the time after that.
It has nothing to do with I give you access to my body, you give me access to your phone, and da 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 da. It has everything to do with, are you going to do what I asked you to do?
That's
Yeah, all of that.
Are you
And
going to give me what I want? She talks about in other interviews. So her mom and dad were never married. Her mom was a drug addict. Her mom got hooked on the drugs that her father sold.
yeah.
Okay, so that's the background she comes from.
Okay.
She talks about, always being upkept by her father, and her father never taught her how to go out and be with a man for money, right? But a lot of things are not taught, they're caught, right?
Mhm.
So her father was a pimp or a drug dealer, whatever he was. That's what she is. That's what she is. She is her father without the drugs, and the drug may be her getting this money for her, saying that she's a doctor, and women glorifying her and listening to her. But you are the nature of where you come from, unless you do some soul searching and things of that nature to change it. But you are where you come from.
Yeah.
And she comes from a drug addicted mother and a father who sold drugs and was an it dude and iced her out and things of that nature. Yes, she went to school, she got her degrees and did other things with her life. But at the end of the day, the core of who you are is who your father made you to be. You're a slick talker. You're someone who can get money. You don't have to sell drugs, but now you're selling this false hope of women should should get in the driver's seat and should just be trying to run things with a man as if God didn't give him the head position.
Yeah.
Okay, he gave the man the head position. So for you to even think that you can go somewhere and run things because the caliber of woman you are, because of the stature of women you are, is completely false.
Mhm.
It's false. Just like when you the one, out there dealing drugs or whatever, can't nobody tell you nothing when you getting money. Can't nobody tell you nothing when you got the hottest honeys on the block. Can't nobody tell you. That's that mentality that you have. Like Uncle Rick was saying, she has a certain mentality that's not going to get her anywhere, but she doesn't even realize it comes from. And she talked about how her father was a womanizer and things of that nature. Well, you're only doing what he was doing, and you're just doing it in your feminine person.
Mhm.
Because if she had a mother that wasn't on drugs, and she had a mother that was married to her father, and her father wasn't selling drugs, then maybe she would know that, hey, my father's running things and my mother is there to help him. My mother is there to nurture him. My mother is there to, help him with the children and things of that nature. But she was in a broken home.
And she brought that and
home did not help her.
she brought it in every other relationship she was in. So yeah, one of the things, and we haven't talked about it a whole lot because God damn, I have no idea why a lot of people, men, when we know, it's certain things that we know when a woman is really into us. Damn, just the love. It's not just I love you and I'm in love with you. It's a whole different type of feeling that you get when a woman, like for instance, I'm a simple guy. I done had women and did things for me, man, because they paid attention, right? If they gave me gifts and shit like that, you can't just give me any type of gift and I'm just gonna be like ecstatic, right? And that's what y'all want. Y'all want a nigga to just be like, oh my God. And we ain't like that because we ain't really used to getting gifts like that. But when you do something that's just out cold for your man, it ain't because you bought him like the most expensive gift. It's because you paid attention to that man and you did something and you added to what that man, if this is what you needed and I know you like it type of thing, right? We all done had our wives and women that gave us some gifts. And I'm telling you, the expensive gifts didn't mean too much more. It was cool. But if they find out what it is that you like, your hobbies, the things that, you know what I'm saying? I know guys, man, and I'm glad that I hung around partners that had wives that actually really, really paid attention to them, right? Had a homeboy. His wife, I don't even know how she did it. She got him to go on the trip with us. We wasn't even in on it. We went on a trip. It was a 5-day trip that we went to Florida. We come back, dog, she sat back and remodeled the whole basement for him. You know what that cave looks like? You know what I'm saying? And she's like, this is yours. This is what, man, I ain't never seen my homeboy even give an inkling of emotion. She had that motherfucker tearing up. It wasn't because it was the basement she got redone, because he was just like, how much money it cost, right? It was because she paid attention to what my man, she got tired of him being in the damn garage, right? She got tired of him, you know, he do the cigars and the whiskey and shit like that. She remodeled the basement for him. Had the bar, you know, the neon lights. She had his name on it. The whole turf thing with the 50-yard line on it and shit like that. I was like, damn, that was kind of dope what she did. But it was because she understood her. She know he loved football. He was, you know, about sports. It was everything about him. She had his favorite snacks there. She knew the type of cigars that he smoked. You know what I'm saying? She had it stocked because she paid attention to him. And I think at that time, they probably was only married for 3 years, but she wanted to be a wife. That was the whole thing. I want to be here. I want to be exactly where, and she showed that man that, man, I said, damn, I got a lot of them. My mother and my father, they gave each other so much shit. They was running out of gifts to give each other. They bought each other cars. My mama bought my father a motorcycle. You know what I'm saying? But it was because we get in tune with each other. You know, and that's the thing. We end up accepting the flaws, and we actually encourage the betterment of each other. That's just what it is. Yeah. That shit she talking, that's why you can't have dudes that really is on point to sit back and even can listen to this. It's hard to stomach what she's saying because she got all this word salad, and she ain't never did none of this shit. She was a serial fiance. There's nothing that she could say that any woman should be following her on. They're like, nah. We gonna have to listen to some other people. The ones that you listen to is the ones that's actually in it. They ain't gotta be 15, 20 years in marriage. All they gotta do is just be in the shit. If you wanna be married, you talk to the people that's already doing it. That's how you do it. You don't talk to somebody, sit back and, hey, I'm a doctor, I'm a PhD. And they talking from this is the craziest part about her. She's not even talking from a clinical standpoint. She's talking as a child. Give me anything else that she said. Everything was about who? My mama, my daddy, and me. That's it. She can't talk about her children. She can't talk about her being an adult. The only thing about her being an adult that she's in is that she went and failed. That's it. All that other shit she talking about, man, it should nobody even be. That's, again, it goes to what we were saying earlier. Some of this shit you just got to ignore. You got to turn these people off. I get it because we talking like we have a panel right now. It ain't just us talking. You got an audience out here. So, I mean, it's something for us to think about. But that shit she on, I'm telling you, Precious, that right there, it gets to a point where I guess we do have to talk about it and we have to make it a spectacle and say, this is what not to say. This is what not to do. Don't be that person right there. Look what she's doing now, 42 years old. She got 15 more Christmases.
Arpane brought up a point and said, you know, if he not going to ask her a certain question, like, what's the point of the interview, right? Mm-hmm. Well, he did ask her that question, so I'm going to.
Okay.
Yep, he did.
Cutting them off.
The first one I cut off because.
Tell me why you keep cutting them off.
The first one I cut off because although my father was a street dude who made a lot of money in the streets, and so I was always well spoiled financially. He didn't raise me to look for a man for money.
Yes.
Right? Street term. He didn't raise me to be a gold digger.
Yeah.
He raised me to find a man of good character, to find a man who looked, smelled nothing.
Now, did he really raise her to find a man of good character?
Hell no.
Because if he wasn't a man of good character,
come on now,
how could he teach her to find one of good character?
Tell him about the gun line, boss.
Are you saying a guy that sells drugs can't be a man of character?
Well,
no, that guy that she's talking about, that street nigga that she talking about,
right?
Her father,
and you have children, and that's what you're going to resort to, and that's your only job, and you don't find anything else to do to get money, another way to get money. No, you don't have good character, in my opinion.
I can't agree with that.
Because those guys selling drugs are stringing out your mamas and your aunties and your sisters and your daddies. What are we talking about?
He got her mom became an addict from the drug that he was selling. Now, again, he didn't make her, because again, I don't believe in anyone can make you do anything, but he also wasn't a good influence. So
it's about to be good.
I'm just going over you can't. I'm not going to agree with that broad statement that just because you're in the streets, you like poor character.
When you continue to those people who are in the streets, they're in the streets for their own reason, right? When you stay in the streets, that means you haven't built your character past the streets. Your character don't go past the streets.
Well, Prototype, talk in terms of probabilities. What's the probability that her father, who's living that kind of life, sat her down and gave her a lesson on morals and how to grow up? It don't really fit.
There's a high probability. I mean, based off of the people I know, I know plenty of great men who just do the street, who are in the street. I mean, it's like they're good fathers. You know what I'm saying? They coach youth. They give back to the community. I mean, and I'm not talking about like giving back turkeys or giving the whole projects, tennis shoes or anything like that. But I'm not going to sit here and say that just because a dude decides to sell drugs or that's the way he makes money. You know what I'm saying? That gives him.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm just thinking.
And some bad decisions. He might not make the best decisions, but I'm not going to say that he's not he's not able to.
Okay. I'm not talking about impossibilities, and you're right. I mean, you could say some great shit to her, but it seems like she was very familiar with what he did for a living. But it's like it's like a parent telling a kid don't smoke while she's blowing smoke in the kid's face.
But most parents that smoke tell their kids not to smoke.
Don't smoke. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Don't do this shit right here.
Don't do this because this will lead you here.
That's lost, though, right? I mean, some of the impact of what you're saying is lost because you're doing the thing that is bad, and the kid knows it. Now, right? People grow up with the parents who smoke, blowing smoke in their face, who don't smoke. But everybody I know, at least they had a stint with smoking.
No, but that's a good premise.
I've never smoked cigarettes, and both my parents, all three of my parents smoked. Well, both my dads were crackheads, and my mom.
You're right. There's no.
But the premise that he was talking on, I want him to expound on it because I do kind of feel what he's saying also because I know those same type of people that's done immoral things, but they wasn't immoral people. And, they got to a point where they end up doing good. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of, I haven't came to a consensus of it, but I understand exactly where he's coming from.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, especially when you start young. You know what I'm saying? Of course, when you start young and you start selling drugs, after you get to a certain point, you can't just jump out. Ain't nobody just going to let you jump out because you're feeding different people. You know what I'm saying? So it's more than just like, oh, I'm jumping out or I'm done. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just that. So I can't say that I can't learn from a person that's done it. I've known people who's gone that route. Not many people make it, but you know what I'm saying? They do their stints. I'm just not going to say that just because you sell drugs that you're a bad person. You can't teach morals.
Yeah.
The damage is already done, though. Yeah, everybody get to 40 now. All of a sudden, oh, I'm a good guy. But look at the damage. 25 years of damage that's done. This is where we are. This is why
would be the best thing for you and your community. I
Yeah.
mean, I disagree with you on that. I'll never.
No, I mean you're talking about community. Like, so the thing about it is the guy. I mean, that's not even how drug dealers really function. They don't even sell to the community. They go out into the white suburban trailer tracks.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Stop lying, man. Come
The
on,
ones
man.
I know. The ones
No,
I
they
know don't sell where we live.
Come on, man.
Most
I'm
drug
telling you the
dealers,
truth, Al.
most
I
drug dealers that
gotta
are black
start
are
laughing.
low level, mid level drug dealers. Ain't no kingpin brothers out there.
I don't know.
What are you talking about? We're talking about
Whatever it
dudes
might be.
hustling.
Whatever
We're
it
talking
might
about.
be.
Oh my god.
Come on,
Whatever it
man.
might be. The guys I
Now,
know
he can be a
don't
good
sell
character
drugs
to
in
his
the community.
child.
They go out into the country bumpkin and make their money out there.
They ain't not going no country bumpkin. They going
Now,
right
maybe
over
the
to
guys you
Tyrone's
know, but
house.
I'm just telling you my
Drug
anecdotal
dealers all over
experience.
America.
Yeah.
It's a few.
I'm telling you my anecdotal
But the guys
experience.
that move like that, I guarantee they are older guys.
But it's very interesting to me because what Prototype said is not far fetched, man. I know.
No, but
I've known. This is what I'm saying. I've known fathers, great fathers for their family, and they was out there in them streets. It's like it's a conflicted lifestyle that they live, right? And that's what I'm saying, that it's a great conversation to have because you have, man, most of your damn counselors, dog, was street niggas.
Yeah.
Most all of your 12-step motherfuckers was what? Alcoholics and drug addicts, right? So it's at a point where it's good for the conversation because that actually is not one-sided. It can't be. Not one time. You got people that's doing great things in the community right now. Great fathers, great mothers, but they were devils in the community at one point in their life.
But look at the damage that's done, though.
No, I get it, but that's why I said it's a great conversation to have.
We got all these people out here. Oh, we got grown-ups who are having what is it when they have the residuals of the drug effect? We have grown-ups who are born with the residue of the dope in their system.
Yes, I agree with that
the damage
too.
is done. Now,
Yes. Yes. So
Right.
the only thing I'm saying is this: I don't want people to get confused. You know, I don't want you to get. Because
I'm
look
not
at
saying
Coach Word.
I'm not telling nobody to sell drugs. I'm not saying
Right. It's just, but what he said was not too far fetched out there.
You come from a situation that you don't have a lot of opportunity. Like that's what people do.
Man,
So
we all
I mean,
have-
I know great fathers who coach kids and do XYZ, and you know what I'm saying. And they just make their money in the street.
Well, Precious, was that clip that short or is there more to that clip?
No, we just stopped there.
Yeah.
I would like to hear more.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It was that short.
Okay.
That short.
That was pretty. That was pretty dope, though, man.
Wait, I'm sorry, you guys. StreamYard
No problem.
up. It had the other clip on top, which is weird. But no, we have more to go on this one.
Okay.
Him, right? And so I found nothing like him, right? And so I found a man of good character who was faithful, who was loving the boy next door. He was an athlete. He just was a good man.
Yes.
But he had no work ethic. And so as I'm in this relationship trying to navigate, I would call my father constantly and say, although I'm not denying him of my body, right? Although I'm trying my best to still show up in my best form, it's causing an internal struggle because I'm winning the bread and yeah, he's domesticated, but this is not the role that feels natural for me.
Yeah.
I don't like it. And my father kept saying, but he's a good man, baby. He's a good man. This man is faithful. This man is loving. But this is coming from a father who was a great father, Pastor Bryant, but a womanizer.
There you go. So there you go. There you go. She heard the words, but her spirit was poisoned by her dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there ain't nothing a man can do to
Hey,
change.
did her dad make her do this?
No, he didn't. She chose it. She chose all of those things, but that's why she called him for hey, he's a good. And her father tried to convince her, hey, this guy's good.
Her dad's blood is running through her veins, and again, like I said, like a lot of things are not taught; they're just caught just through the bloodstream and in vitro. Like it's just caught that way, and unless you change that mentality, unless you truly, get yourself out of that environment, out of that that line of train of thinking, then you're just going to follow in those footsteps and not even realize that you are a carbon copy of your parents.
She used the word too. She wanted that dude to be a domesticated hustler. She used the word domesticated, but he wasn't hustling like her father. She wanted him to be a domesticated hustler. Like a man wants his wife to be a hoe in the bedroom, but a princess in the public.
She was hustling like her father, right? She, wanted to get all these degrees. She did it a different way, but it still produces the same results when you have the same mentality as your father.
But she blamed it on her father. That's what Rick is trying to say. She blamed her plight on her pops.
I would like to see her degree, and I would like to know if that University of Phoenix degree holds as much merit as University of Rutgers. I'm just curious.
University of Phoenix. Hey, listen, man, don't be laughing at the University of Phoenix.
I'm gonna be Dr. Ferd next year, man. So y'all be ready.
Doctor.
I got the education. I ain't gonna show y'all no paperwork either. I'm just gonna say this.
In our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us. Whenever I've heard a man say, "Let me see what you look like with no makeup."
Oh yeah, that's
so tired of StreamYard. This problem hasn't been fixed yet.
You might just need to reset it, like just when you go off, just reset your browsers and stuff.
All right, I'll play this one and try and get the correct one up there. So she talked about having access and wanting access to a man when they are getting to a certain stage. She wants the security of having that access. Well, she comes on to Jason Lee's show and breaches privacy and violates the access that somebody did give her, and this is what she does with it.
To ask for a therapy session. Okay,
and
that's what I was
why
going to say.
I want to give him his props.
And give it up for Offset looking for help.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. There's a delay. It's horrible.
Offset came in my DMs.
To ask for a therapy session. Okay,
and
that's what I was going to say.
I want to give him his props. And
give it up for Offset looking for help.
Yes.
You can Jason Lee's face like
sue her.
This woman is just putting Offset business in the streets. Okay. And then look what she says further.
Yeah, see, well, you see how I slid that out there? I knew I was going to get you. But he slid in my DMs and asked for a session.
Spare my girl. Go ahead. Don't spare. Just speak truth to power.
No, I was just saying I think Cardi B is a beautiful woman, right? And I believe she went into it choosing to have a husband and family, which is what she created.
Yes.
Cardi came in and said, I'm creating a family. I have no kids. I'm with Offset. You're my husband. We're having these babies. Offset came in already a baby daddy. She chose a man who already produced baby mamas, broken families, broken homes. She chose him. That's why we can't really blame him. And then he came and gave her what she chose from the beginning of when she chose the man. A womanizer and a baby daddy. She chose that.
Men are also convincing. Will tell you that they're changing. Oh, I'm changed. No. I'm going to change for you.
Let me say this. If a man is going to change, is if you do like Cardi and many other women have done. You choose the man to see if he's going to change. And I'm here to tell you, and I don't care what man wants to challenge me on it, baby, please challenge me, that a man is going to be the man that you chose him at the place that you chose him at.
It makes no sense.
You got it, bro.
You got the floor.
Hey, her results tell us everything we need to know. She got it figured out. She got the game locked up, man. I'm about to book me a session.
Yeah, I'm gonna book me one too.
So what do you
That's
guys
so
think
funny.
about that?
One,
A man
she's
is a
unprofessional.
man. A man is a man that he is when you choose him. She
Yes.
talked about Cardi B and Offset's relationship.
Yes.
I don't know if Offset went any further in conversation with her, and I don't know what small conversation that they did have based upon the fact that she just aired him out that he reached out to her.
She's not real.
And she says slid in her DMs, and he
Like
literally said,
exactly. Yeah.
"Can we have a conversation?" And then he put professional or professionally. And the way that she's making it sound, now we know Offset is still married. What they doing and how separate they are and living their own separate lives right now is their business. But legally, he is still married to Cardi B, and Cardi B is still married to him. And so to say that he slid in your DMs as to give off the impression that he was trying to holla or he was trying to, get at her, is very off-putting. But then not only that, she goes to talk about Cardi B and her choosing Offset as the baby maker, baby daddy type of man, and that's who he was when she met him. And then she tops it all off and says that a man is the man that he is and is going to be when you choose him.
In that moment, yes, she's correct on that. In that moment, yes, that's exactly. It's two type. It's two type of dudes, right? Ones that can be encouraged and those who can't. Right now, the Offset, I think the one she's a supposedly doctor. She's very unprofessional.
She's lying.
Yeah, she's lying. Right. But to insist that she's saying for her to say that he slid in her DMs is inferring that it was something other than what it was.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? First and foremost. But two, right? So why would Offset have to change?
Right.
That's not a rhetorical question, right? Why would he have to change? He doesn't. He getting the results. He got her, didn't he? You see what I'm saying? But what it's funny. It's crazy how women look at relationships, right? What she said, right, and what most women say is that when they look at a man or they look to get with a man, they're looking for that man to add to their lives, but their ability to add to that man's lives is nominal to none. You notice that? You come into my life, I gotta make your finances better. I gotta make your house better. You gotta be driving a better car. You gotta be dressing better. You gotta go to better places, right? Don't take me to Applebee's, right? Right. I gotta go to Nobu's, right? I gotta go to Ruth Chris when we just going out, right? Right. And this woman, this where y'all really rob yourselves of good men, right? If you got married when you supposed to, younger, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, before life beat you up and all these expectations get set, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to grow with your partner. Let me tell y'all what grow means. That means you and your partner grow through shit and y'all get past it. Y'all go through stuff and y'all get past it and y'all learn. That's what growing means in a relationship, not your finances, not you getting a new job, not you getting a nice car. That's material shit. That shit can go like that. That's what people don't understand. Shit happens every day. Right? But what happened, Precious, to women being inspirations for men to be better men? What happened to the support of a woman looking in at a man and saying, you know what? I believe you can be better than this, right? I believe that as a man, you have another level that you can achieve. And what can I do to help you accomplish that? right? We supposed to be, this is what I'll be talking about. We supposed to be ready, made, and ready for a family. It doesn't matter what we've been through. It doesn't matter that I had a father or a toxic mother, or I went through this and that, or if I was deprived or ranger. Oh Lord, white supremacy held me back. That shit don't matter for a man.
Mm-hmm.
But for a woman, they can use every single excuse, not only not to be a good wife, not to be a good mother, not to be a good mate. We constantly put these weights on men to be better when nobody ever asks, hey, woman, can you be better? And it's to the point, and I gotta agree with my bro Proto on this, right? Us as men just have to accept that this is the way women are. They don't have the potential. They don't have the potential to be better women. What she should have said, right, is when you meet a woman where she's at, that's the woman she is. Because we have to love y'all for what you is and what you ain't, right? God damn it, you get better. You don't even dress for us. They don't even dress for us. They dress for them. They ain't going to the gym to look better, right? They just want to look better for themselves. Y'all gonna fuck around and get what y'all asking for.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's coming.
Y'all gonna get it.
Damn, y'all just said some shit. Go ahead, Prototype, because I ain't got shit to say. I just wanted to just tell them about the gun line, boss.
Well, I mean, where I know a lot of people don't agree with what I'm about to say right now, but I believe in the duality of men, of people. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know. I'm not a woman to tell you, but the duality of men is we going to give you what you present. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we're going to treat hoes like hoes, and we're going to respect women like women. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, I mean, like I said, I know killers who will go down to Miss Johnson's house and make sure her grass is cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a duality in men, and we're going to give you the man that you give us to be. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a respectable woman, then, you know, we'll respect you in a way. You know what I'm saying? And be that kind of guy. But so I don't agree with her sentiment, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, according to my wife, she shouldn't have dared been with me because I had a kid and I had a kid on the way. And I was truthful, like, look, I got and when she asked me, like, I got 1.5 kids. She's like, what's that mean? So I got a kid on the way. And she decided to rock with me anyway for some strange reason. But here we are, you know, 15, 16 years later. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the fact that she even, I guess, took a chance on me like that, I thought it was strange, but she did. And, you know, here we are. She gave me a respectable woman. So to her, I've been a respectable man. So
that duality of men that's profound shit there, Prototype, is because it's true. Yeah, that's really true.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I agree with that 100%. There's a duality with men, for sure. And so I guess it's where you were coming from before, that even an absolutely horrible guy could have something in him that's still worthwhile to somebody, depending on who that person is. There's no doubt about it. I've seen that myself, so it's true. And it varies in almost all men, right? I know some tough guys, and I see him with a lady. I said, how could you even like this dude? Well, the way he treats her is not the way he's going to treat you, you know? And the way he's with her, you know, some of the biggest, toughest guys, their soft spot is a dainty woman or a child or whatever it is. But he could be a cold stove killer out in the street. There's no doubt about it. That's why in some movies, you always wonder why some of the biggest killers even have a family.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Why would you even have a family in the kind of life you live, you know? So I could dig
it. So you got a man they call Uncle Charlie, right? Charlie Wilson, the singer, right?
Mm-hmm.
That man was, you know, we know his music and all the things like that. This man was out here on crack in the streets. At one point, he was living on Skid Row in California, and he had a woman that was his counselor that got him off of narcotics, alcohol, all these things. And, you know, this man was homeless in the streets, and his song was being played on the radio. It's crazy. And the woman that ended up being his wife was that woman that believed in him. She believed in that man. And it's crazy when you hear the story of the man, because you hear shit now, right? We heard, you know, you dropped the bomb on me and all that stuff. And, hey, my name is Charlie, last name Wilson, all that stuff that you see, all that great stuff that comes out of that. That man wasn't living great at one point. And what he can tell you in his testimony was that his wife saved his life. It's more than just him. You got a whole bunch of men that had those type of women in their life. I think that there's something in women that it brings the proclivity of men to have grace for them. Because we all want that in that woman. It just so happened that sometimes that shit just is not happening, right? For a lot of us. Like what you just heard with Prototype, he's like, man, I don't know why that woman, you know what I'm saying, she chose to stay with me. Because I gave her me. And that's the reason why, Prototype. Because she seen you. She saw you. She saw what you presented to her, and she saw the potential that you had in you also. The craziest thing about this is why it's so, you know, when we out here and we talking about dating and marriage and all these different things, man, it makes no sense now when you hear a lot of these folks that's talking now. And it ain't just the younger generation. I'm gonna put this shit all on them. It has something to do with my generation, the generation before me. And when I hate the way that women and men are looking at each other now. I hate it, man. I think we all do. I think we can't stand it. When you hearing what that woman is talking right now, a lot of us, we gotta say that it's just word salad that she's doing, and it's for her purpose. It has nothing to do with community or anything like that. Wife, husband, man, that reigns supreme over everything when you understand what it represents. The problem is that nobody has it as a representative anymore. They just have it as a title. That shit hurts. It's hurting the community right now because what we seeing right now in real time is real shit. I don't care if it's on internet or if it's in the world. It all coincides with each other. What do we do? Because I don't even know that lady, Cheyenne Bryant. I don't know her. All I know is what she's representing is not what men nor women need to hear, because it perpetuates the banging against pause, but with each other. We keep getting more. Every year that passes, it's more and more of us being separate from each other. And we act like we don't understand each other. I hate that. We keep acting like we don't understand it. We do. The problem is that you got a lot of men that are not being honest. The reason being is because they're scared to lose what they don't even have right now. And what I mean by that is this. Men think that they got access to women. They don't. They don't. Just because you got sexual access to her don't mean that you have access to her. That's one of the things that I love about having someone like Anar Payne here. Let me tell you why. Our Pain showed his wedding. And, you know, the video that he showed, man, that shit felt so good. It was more than just him and his beautiful wife. Man, he had homeboys that was in his corner. That's gonna be my best man right there. That's gonna be my groomsman right there. She's talking about, because what happens in the wedding, I don't know if you guys ever had one, but you're planning and you're putting people in categories while you're planning this wedding. When I got married, my best man was my father. Because I had too many, at that time, man, I had too many friends I was cool with. And it was like, man, when I did it, we were wearing cowboy bonds too, Arpain. What year did you get married?
87.
Yeah, 87.
I got married in 94. Mm-hmm. So this was the time when we were wearing white tux and cowboy bonds, right? And I'm still looking. Me and my ex-wife, we looking for that doggone videotape because I want to do what you did, man, to show you the beauty in that. That shit was dope. Let me tell you what really made it dope. Because y'all still together. Y'all still together. Man, that shit is... It's a great feeling because what y'all did was build community. Then y'all had children and all. Man, come on, man. What are we talking about nowadays, y'all? I swear to God, dog, I think you should make that when you do your before you do your shows, that should be showing people. If you've never seen it, I'm telling you, man, it's something that'll show you something totally different. Especially now, you know, I seen a young, Arpain had hair. Yeah, I was like, I didn't even know it. I was like, damn, now I know how tall you are. You a tall guy, man. I was like, damn, when I saw it. But to see everybody's face. Now, this is the crazy part right here. How many people in that video are still here to this day, right? Whew.
Yeah, not going. Yeah, so when I gave it to the people in the family, I told them, I said, when you watch this video, it's going to bring back memories, and you're gonna tear up because aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, a lot of people going.
I had great aunts.
Yeah.
I had my grandmother was there. My grandfather was there. I had cousins. When I look, I'm like, damn, looking at that now, at least probably about 50 or 60% of those folks are no longer here anymore. But when you see how beautiful it was, man, where everybody was having a good time because they celebrated the juncture of two people bringing all of them together. That's the craziest part. That's what the wedding does. If you don't know, a wedding, that's why it's cool when you want to have a big wedding and things like that, because you want to bring people together. They don't have that concept anymore. They just want a big wedding so it can look good. It's the same thing in a marriage. You don't want your marriage to look good. You want your marriage to be good. And because what happens is that it shines the light on everyone else that's around you. Everybody else that's connected to you, it shines a light. It inspires people. It makes people reflect. It does so many other things other than y'all just being dressed up, eating chicken and steak and dancing and doing hustles. It's way more than that. It's a time where people remember a lot. We have a problem with this right now, folks, and I'm going to keep saying it. We're in a state of emergency. It's a state of emergency. You're never going to see that again unless they put it in a museum until we get our act together. And then we got to do it all over again. It got to be a whole different way how we do it. But if I'm telling you right now, man, when we are talking about the next generation and where they're at right now, we have to be able to have that type of a conversation. We can't talk about pointing fingers and look. One of the things I love about people that talk about history, that can talk about it without being emotional, is the fact that they can give you the facts and not what they think. What are we doing? What are we doing, y'all?
No. Dr. Bryant has a way. But one of the things I would like to see, though, for everybody, and that's why I try to get across to the young people, I'd like to see a panel of young people talking about the future. Forget about the damn, the past is the past. Learn from it, absorb it. But what do you think? Where do you see the future? Very seldom see. I talk more about the future, and I'm on the other side than I hear young people talk about the future. Right, and the reason why I say that is because I have a millennial and a Gen Z, as my kids. They're not kids anymore; they're my children, I should say. But the future is theirs; it's not mine. Right? All the information of the past they see every day when they see me. That's all I need to know. Hey, listen, I was there, now I'm here. What do you want to do in the future? And a lot of people don't talk about the future. Not a lot of people just don't talk about it because they can't get past the past.
And marriage ain't nowhere in it.
Black folks.
Hey man, I want to. My bad, man. I want to say something, man, and I wanted to say something while Proto was here. Like I understand what y'all are saying. Just thinking about the way that I grew up. Like that's why I've been over here just thinking about that shit the whole time. Bro, I wasn't a good person when I was in the streets. I don't give a fuck what nobody got to say. When I was in the streets, I was not a good person, bro. Like the shit that I was doing, like regardless of my situation, why I felt like I had to do it, I was not a good person, bro. Like I was literally putting poison into motherfuckers. Like I wasn't doing it myself, but I damn sure wasn't on the other side. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I was still coming home to my mom's, like, you know what I'm saying? Still going to school, still trying to get good grades. But the shit that I was doing outside my house, like, I wasn't representing my family the right way. Like, to be 12 years old, 11, 12 years old, throwing up gang signs, fucking, out on the street corners, like not having no curfew, coming home at midnight on school nights, selling drugs on the like I was not a good person. It took me a long time. It literally, bro, it took me a long time to get out of the mentality that I was in. Like, even when I joined the army, like I was, my boys, a couple of my best friends had to pull me to the side. One was a captain, one was an E6. They had to pull me to the side and be like, bro, you throwing your life away. Mm-hmm. Like I was still in the same mentality, bro. Like the same mentality. Couldn't nobody tell me shit. Like all I would be like, yo, Kansas City this, Kansas City. I don't give a fuck what them niggas had to say. Sergeant this, what? I'm a man, dog. You're not gonna tell me to shut up. No, I didn't understand what leadership was. So if I had a daughter and I was selling drugs in the streets and still yes, I'm doing what I gotta do in a selfish act, right? To take care of my family and make sure. No, I'm not a fucking good person at that time. I'm not. I'm just doing what I gotta do because my situation is that. I can't call myself a good person if I'm a pimp and I'm bringing hoes around my daughter. Like how? Like no, there is a duality, right? Because at some point in time you want to change. Like you hope that you change. You hope that your situation changes. You hope that you can get out of that situation. Mm-hmm. But if I'm bringing hoes in the house and my daughter is here, and then I'm like, well, you're not gonna be pimped out when you get like what? Yeah. Yes, we do stupid shit as parents sometimes. We smoke. You might smoke and be like, yo, smoking is bad for you. You can get you cancer. But I love nicotine and I'm gonna keep smoking these cigarettes. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. Yes. It's the same shit. The fucking do what I. What is it? Do as I do what I do.
Say,
What I
do
do.
what I
What
say.
I do. Right. Right, that's some of the that's some of the dumbest shit in the world. Why? Because 9 times out of 10, the kid does exactly what the fuck you was doing.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, they do what they got. They do what you say while they have to. Like, let's just be honest, bruh. Like, no, if you a murderer and you out there murdering, no, you're not a good person.
Yeah.
I wish I could, like, I wanted to say this, bro. We listen, I was just thinking, bro. My mind was just going. Like, I was just over here like, damn, Dirt, was I really a good No. I was doing what the fuck I had to do to try to get out of the situation that I was in. And then when he said that stupid ass shit, well, yeah, they were still going out to the no, nigga, I was selling to my people. That's who I was selling to. Right in my fucking hood. Why? Because they was right there. They was easily accessible. And then I could go to the mall and get some Jordans. Like, what?
Yeah.
Man, my bad, bro.
Hey, Frank, man, listen, the fact that you said what you said, man, I appreciate that, because that's what I've had to sort of give to a lot of young brothers, man, based off their situations. Yes, yeah, they was good fathers to their own children, but like I said, look at the damage that's done. Yeah. And when we go back in that time, right, and even before you can see where we are today, because most people in their 40s who was born into that shit, they ain't talking about no family. They ain't talking about building nothing. Everybody cheated. Everybody ain't no good. Ain't nobody doing shit. Everybody broke to them. So, but this is their time. And this is why I say this is a unique time for brothers, because brothers are getting the word. And some of them, JT, I heard you earlier on that panel, listen to that crazy stuff today. But hey, the conversations are being had.
They were, they were wild though.
That's why I say they was wild. But the conversations are being had. And if you can catch a young man or young woman early enough and give them the right information, despite where they started from, when that light bulb kick on, there could be a better outcome for that person. But I can't be listening to somebody who don't believe the shit ain't gonna ever get better. If I want to be better, I can't listen to nobody's telling me all women ain't shit if I want a woman. Mm-hmm. A man ain't shit if I want a man. Because I'm going to sabotage it from the beginning. And I think, this is my last. This is a very unique place for men. Very unique place. This is the first time where outside of us, other people are starting to be held accountable. And will be getting dismissed because of their behavior. And brothers know this.
Shit.
So, like our friend said, we on the other side. I got a 21-year-old, and man, he better make sure that he can recall some of the things we talked about, or he better come back and get some more information, because it's a shitty ass pool out there from the strongest of us. People are already talking about separate. Man, we can't do shit alone in America. It sounds good till you put in that situation. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. Don't bring your ass over here. Keep your ass out there. I don't want no concubine woman. I don't want no extra. I don't want none of that shit. Keep that shit over there, and you'll be all good. So
I think that the balance, Coach Ferg, I think the balance definitely would be when you have older and young folks having a conversation together, right? Talking together, not talking at one another, right? I think it's getting there. It's just it's at a slow pace.
Yeah, slow. Sure.
One of the biggest problems that we have right now is that you guys can think that it's women and men coming together. I don't think so. I think it's men. I think right now we're in the process of men being able to come together, because it's conflicting to women. They're hearing us, like you said, Coach. I was on that. You say me on that panel. You see how conflicted that was with just men. Just men. At the end of the day, it really comes down to us understanding that there's a process to each and everything that we have right now. I think that people take relationships the same way that they take sex. And that's, as you know, the shit being just social and fun, and not something that is actually that's needed, right? You there's no way that we can have a functional community without infrastructure. First and foremost, the infrastructure is promoted and is induced by men. That's what the infrastructure is. If we can't come together, how we expect our women to be able to follow, right? And that's the problem we have right now. It's the brokenness of the infrastructure. The infrastructure is broken. The foundation has been, have no idea what's happening. So now what we're seeing is everything burning down. It's looking like California. It's looking like certain parts of California. You can't do nothing when the fire starts. The only thing you can do is hope to contain it. That's it. And right now, that's what we're trying to do. We're hoping to contain it. This is the problem, though. Because we get older every day, every week, every month, and every year, at some point, the older ones of us, we're going to say, hey, I pray for y'all. That's basically what happens. I pray for y'all. They try to fight, and then at the end of the day, once they start saying, nah, I'm cool, then it's the other people. Once you're in your 30s, 40s, you better start understanding what's happening right now. And what's happening right now, a lot of people in their 30s, they don't know nothing. They don't know what's going on right now. I swear to God, they think it's going to get better. They think it's going to get better. No. It's going to get worse. You're going to have to make it better. You can't depend on other people. You got to depend on the ones that's right in front of you. You can't depend on Trump and Biden and whoever the next president going to be. You can't depend on them. The largest body of government is the damn people. You better figure it out. One of the things that I have to deal with right now, and people that's my age have to deal with right now, is losing our folks. They dropping dead like flies, bro. And it ain't like it's something new. This is a way of life. The ones that was the strong ones, and there was the ones that were calling themselves leading and being activists and all these different things. They out of here. They gone.
Well, that's why, JT, that's why it's imperative that people like me, you, everybody who's older, tell the young folks, I'm done giving you advice. I'm telling you, think about what your future is going to be. I mean, like my daughter asked me, I think I said it on here, why do I need a man for? And she wasn't saying it in that derogatory way because she got a guy she liked. I said, that's not for me to answer. You're the woman. Why do you need this guy that you like? You figure out why you want that dude. Right? What are you looking for from him? I'm not going to tell you that. What do you want? Right? What are you going to give him, and what do you want from him? You figure that shit out because it's your future. Right? That's the deal. You see me and your mother together. It's not because we all love each other. We like each other at the very least. We like each other. And there's somebody. So I'm telling the young people, forget about that. I can't tell you how to date. I can tell you how to be married. But the point really is the future of everything that you know and love is out there in the future. And if you ain't putting your eyes on that prize, 1 month, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, then what are you doing? What's your plan? Mm-hmm. Right, I laid the tracks. I told my daughters, I made the environment for you guys. I laid the tracks for you to run on.
Come on.
That's what I did.
My bad.
And now you guys are moving on. You guys are moving like locomotives on your own. And I'm still waiting. Whatever advice you need from me, I'm here.
Yeah. Facts. Well, did we have another clip or was that the last
Yeah,
one?
we have one more, and
let's get to that. Let's get to it
on this last clip. But we do have one more, okay? And then we're going to do final words and get out of here.
You got it.
In a year, and it's not because I chose to be celibate. Hold on, Jason. This is not a choice. I'm being transparent right now. Okay. It just happened like this because I'm not into casual. I haven't had sex in a year, and it's not because I chose to be celibate. Hold on, Jason. This is not a choice. I'm being transparent right now. Okay. It just happened like this because I'm not into casual sex. So I'm putting it out there. This is not I chose to be celibate, and I want to do it. I'm being honest. Like, I'm 42. My libido every day, all day is like, so I said to him, well, what if we be companions and do the do and get into this thing and let this take its form?
Meaning sexual partners.
Can you take it down? Yeah. Like, I want it. I'm attracted to him.
This was a conversation
He covers me. This man spoils me. He loves me. He wants to marry me. I have passwords to his cell phones, access to his home, keys to his house. What do you mean?
That's toxic.
That is my love language. So he's speaking my love language is access, transparency, and so
no. You can't wait. You talking a lot. You saying a lot. We're gonna have to go over.
Go ahead.
Access to my phone, access to my house, access to my password is not a love language.
Me having your password, you having my password doesn't mean we're looking for something in there. That means that you have full access, transparency to me and me to you. This is my thing. Why would a woman allow someone to penetrate their body, but I can't penetrate full access and transparency to you?
Dr. Bryant, Dr. Cheyenne from LA, they are going to drag you for filth.
I want to be penetrated.
You got the gay man up there talking some sense, and she just wants to be penetrated.
She's absolutely, if she gets dragged, she deserves to get dragged.
Why does she lie so much? She lied. She tell one lie out the other.
And I want to know who this. I want to know who this imaginary nigga she always talking to. She tell everybody she had this conversation with this nigga. I need to see who he is. I need to see who he is. He ain't a simp. He don't exist. She's lying. Listen, this is the whole thing, and we got to call it how we see it. Everything that this woman is saying is a lie. She's a liar. First and foremost, let me say this.
Okay, Jesus.
I just don't like I don't like women and in dropouts having conversations about heterosexual shit. That shit don't seem right.
I guess he might be.
He gay as shit, bro. He's a dropout.
Lee is homosexual.
He is definitely a dropout.
Well, at least he certainly peeped her bullshit though. He said,
it's not hard, but it's not hard to do it. It's not. Once somebody show you how to get the Rubik's Cube, that's why people don't play the Rubik's Cube no more, because they got the code for the Rubik's Cube now. Once you got that, it's not hard. If that man, that doesn't say anything for him. That says everything for her. You suck. If you let a dropout have more common sense and logic than you, then you suck, lady. You really do. You suck. At the end of the day, because if you see his conversation with her and then you go to and get his conversation with Boosie, it's a whole different type of conversation. Because Boosie let him have it.
Okay.
So it's right.
A pause in there somewhere? Is there a
pause? Yeah, pause for real. Pause for real. You know, if Black Man was here, it'd be like pause.
Like be pause every second.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this. Man, this shit. I hate that I'm getting older. Because it don't look good. Like, we just call it out. And this is the thing. My mama always told me. She said, the older you get, the more honest you're gonna be. And it's gonna be so bad with people. You ever seen old people that just say shit? They say shit worse than damn a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old. Old people go right back to being 3 years old again. That's what happens. 3-year-olds are, you know how they are. A 3-year-old be like, "Why you so fat? Ooh, your breath stink."
What is so fat?
An 83-year-old does the same thing. Baby, listen, you gotta start brushing with with peroxide.
I gave one time. I went to college, came back and said, "What's your girlfriend?" She said, "You ain't." She said she gave me that like smile. She said, "You ain't like one of those kind of guys."
Right.
What are you talking about?
You ain't.
Yeah. I said, coming from my grandma, I couldn't believe she was asking me that question.
Yes.
I said, no, you have to worry about that one. Man, that was funny. It came out of nowhere.
Right.
It came out of nowhere.
That's crazy. But that's the thing. Man, we get older. I'm telling you. People
was my pants up or what, I said
I thought the old people were just crazy when they was talking. No. They're 100% honest. And we all, if God give us the will to get old as we possibly can, we're going to be the same way. We're going to be talking things. We're going to be looking at, because we done seen this world change.
What else about what she said though, JT? Just on that, while we're here. What else do you think what do you think she's trying to prove, man? What do you think she's trying to get at? What is she saying?
I think that
she said she got go ahead.
No, I think that she doesn't have. I think her whole thing is all about her. It's not about making people better. It's not about community. I think it's about her trying to get people to speak these buzzwords that she's trying to make known. Like one of the things that she talks about is this whole thing about being what's the thing? What'd you say?
Low functioning, high functioning.
Low functioning, high functioning, all these different things. She got that from a book, from other people that wrote books. And basically what they're talking about is people that are on the spectrum. If you understand what she's saying, these are books that these are mental health books that are talking especially with the low functioning. If you know anything about people that has Asperger's or they're on the spectrum, things like that, it talks a lot about where they're at, the level that they're at of understanding and the functionality of them.
Either Rain Man or Idiot Savant, whatever, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so she's trying to make this a hybrid of relationships. That's crazy to me. And so basically, I think that this is a personal thing. This is not I want to make the world better type of thing. No, she's trying to do this whole thing on, I need to get notoriety. I want to be the authority of the things that I talk about. And it's not working for her.
She's getting more desperate though because the age is catching up with her.
Yes.
I think she's realizing that. She don't know how to go about it,
And and that was, what came out of her mouth. I'm 42. My libido is like, are you giving him access because you horny? Or are you giving him access because he gave you access to
his phone?
And his phone?
She ain't giving him access.
Why? What's the real reason that you want? I mean, if you just horny, just say that. Like, you know what I mean? If you just want to have sex with the man at this point, and then it's like, why everybody got to know about your bedroom?
Come on now.
Why do we as the public need to know that you like why do we need to know that? Why do we need to know that you're going to grant him this special magical access? Like, why do we need to know that?
Right.
Why does that have to be the topic of the conversation? Who are you trying to prove what to? Who cares that you've been celibate for a year? Who cares if it's not a choice? And that's why I wanted to play that, because you as a professional, you're a professional, and then you want to put your bedroom in the street. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. You 42, but you're 2. Like,
Yeah.
Like who talk? It's almost like you're You
She's
know,
not a professional.
the same way she outed Offset and say, "Oh, he slid him." Like,
Right.
keep your mouth closed.
She's not a professional.
He could
Not a
probably
professional.
Business to yourself.
Yeah.
You just like all these teeny boppers out here going to the internet, crying their eyes out, or telling the world their story, or like, oh, I'm about to go to the candy store today, and I'm like, that's what it's just like, why put your business in the street like that? Why? As a grown woman, why would you do that?
As a grown,
she's seen it work for other people, and specifically men, and that's why she looks crazy when she's talking.
I don't even know if that works for men.
No, what I'm saying is that you got your Derek Jacksons, and I never can remember the other dude's name.
Ace Metaphor you're talking about.
Ace Metaphor. So her whole thing is that if she can get to that level, then she's going to be fine, because there's nothing. This guy that she keeps talking about, she had in this conversation with, that she done talked to 2 people about this, probably more than that, about this imaginary dude that she's talking about. Can I have access to you? Can I have access? Because I'll give you access.
AT, she says he gave her the phone. He gave her the keys to the house. And didn't she say that in past tense?
Yeah.
So he lived up to his part of the bargain. He still didn't get no cooking.
And he still didn't get none?
Right.
Yeah,
she's a liar. She's a liar.
But she's lying though.
She's lying.
But she's lying though. Listen.
Yep, she's lying.
When she spoke about Offset, right? Because she's coming out as a doctor. Man, you know how much trouble you can get into if you reveal some client, patient, doctor information, man. If I'm the professional, I go in talking about. We just saw it play out a year and a half ago when the lady was talking about how black man that she was treating and serving. How we. But that's similar. You cannot do that on a professional level. You will lose your license in every state.
That's
in every state.
Women talk long enough, they'll tell on themselves.
So this is the thing. This is what's crazy about this whole thing of her being a doctor. You can look up the college that she so-called got her PhD, which is a philosophy degree. Now understand, we already understand that doctors that mean something, guess what they got to take? The same thing that a nurse got to take, a state test. There's a number that you get, MPI number, or what's the other number that they have for the professionals, the doctors and the CPs. But these numbers you got about 3 numbers that you get. An MPI number is for your business. And then there's another number that you get as a certified doctor. And then it tells what your specialties are, or what you can do. She can't do nothing. All she ended up doing was getting a PhD from, now watch this, a college that doesn't exist anymore. How about that? The college was out here, and it was scamming a bunch of these folks that was out there. The college does not even exist. All you got to do is just Google. What college did she graduate from? Then you Google that college, and then you're going to find out what I'm talking about. That woman is not, she can't do anything when it comes down to patient, physician-patient confidentiality and all that, because she's not certified in none of that. All she have is a piece of paper that says that she has a philosophy degree in it. She ain't got no certifications. She don't got no doggone. She has nothing to follow that. Even a nurse has to have a certification.
Yeah, she's just taking her pretty privilege, and she's abusing her pretty privilege, and that's
there you go. That's it right there. That's all it is.
That's why it was easy for her to tell Offset's business.
Yes, because she can't get right. She's not. There was nothing they go, because she's not in the business like that.
Yeah,
that's the craziest part.
Call her, take her medical license.
Nah,
not at all. First of all, the university that she went to closed down in 2019. And
yes,
it was a for-profit university. So come on, man. I'm a doctor. I went to Mississippi State. I can be a doctor, can I?
Thank you, Coach Ferg. I'm glad you did your due diligence. That's why I didn't want to put the bullshit out on her, but that's what it is. That college doesn't even exist anymore, and they had a lot of problems. The more you dig and you go down that doggone, that rabbit hole, you're going to find out a whole lot of other things that comes down with that. The thing is this. I don't know that woman, and I'm not one of those dudes that's out here trying to whatever she got going on, get your money, boo, or whatever. But I'm going to tell you this. She is not what she presents herself to be. Please believe that. The reason why she got this little fire coming with her right now is because she is on a network that has a reality show. This is what it was all about. The reality show that they have, it hasn't even come out yet. And she's supposed to be, that's what she was supposed to be promoting, was the reality show.
Okay. Oh, so
she messed around and promoted herself to the degree where you don't even know what reality show it is that she's supposed to be on.
She was on the reality. She was on like Love and Hip Hop or one of those.
Yeah, this but the
one not Love and Hip Hop, maybe the house, maybe not.
Yeah, Mona, the lady is it Mona D? But this is supposed to be something that was a spinoff from that hasn't come out yet.
Sorry.
Yeah, because I did see a clip of her fighting somebody and one.
Oh, was that true? Did we have any comments that came back? With any comments come out? Did we catch any comments from the chat? Not the chat, but the comment section of that podcast that she was on? Be interesting. I mean, maybe
it'd be very interesting. We got to start reading those things too. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of, I mean, I believe it was kind of like 50-50. So you had women who were saying, yeah, girl, like, I couldn't have said it any better myself and all that stuff. And you had people that were like, what is she talking about? She's not a doctor. She's a liar. All the things that you guys are saying, those were, those comments were in the comments. They were.
Okay.
So, as she continues to go on different shows and things of that nature, she just reveals more of herself. And a lot of people are looking at her now like, what's really going on with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who are you really? So I just wanted to highlight these videos because, like I said earlier, where you are who your parents put inside of you.
Yeah,
and it is not until you change that trajectory, you change those generational curses. It's not until you change your mind and get a different mentality and you can just start walking in a different way. You can, attract better things in your life. You don't have to have the same mentality. Like her mentality is, if you ain't going to do it my way, there isn't going to be a way. Mm-hmm. Right? If you're not going to adhere to what I'm asking, then we just not going to have a way. And my thing is, it's okay to walk away from things that you don't see meshing well in your life, but to talk to them in the degree that she has talked about them, about needing, access codes and needing passwords and things of that nature, it should never go, that far. If the man, if a man is not going to be transparent with you, he's not going to be transparent with you. But it don't take codes and passwords and keys for that to be the reality of him not being transparent with you. If you're really in tune with yourself and you're really in tune with the higher power, then you'll know when a man is not saying certain words and when he's saying other words in place of other words. You'll just know that by studying him and knowing him. And so then you can make your decision. But you shouldn't make your decision based off of if he's not going to give you access to his privacy, because you're not entitled to that. The only time you're entitled to it is when you become one with him. And then even then, there shouldn't be a, oh, I need your phone, give me your phone, I want to look through your phone. It should, no, in a case of emergency, at least I know how to get in there to call your family members, or if I want to surprise you, I know how to, email so and so and get that information, so you don't necessarily have to know about it. But and even surprises, some men don't even like surprises. Don't surprise me. Like, you know what I mean? So it takes a lot. It takes, she used that Bible verse, oh well, you're supposed to um, have knowledge of your person. Yes, you are supposed to grow with your person in knowledge, but again, that doesn't mean I need all this information from you up front to know if you're the person that I need to be with. No, God is just going to reveal those things to you. He's not asking you to control the person that you're with. He's not asking you to even sit in the seat of control. He got it, and that's how you know that people don't really trust God the way that they say that they do. You know that the things that she's saying and the verses and stuff that she's, no, if you're going to trust God, trust him fully. What you need a password for? What I need your keys for? No. If you're really going to trust him. But a lot of people don't really trust him the way that they think that they do. And so they'll come on podcasts and they'll come on platforms and they'll even create a whole name for themselves and call themselves a doctor, so that you can trust them more than they trust what they're preaching and what they're preaching. So I did want to have a show on this, because at the end of the day, like I always say, be real with yourself so you could be real with others, right? And at the end of the day, I don't think that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is, or Cheyenne Bryant, I'm not going to call her a doctor until I see the pictures. So I keep saying that. But I don't think that she's truly being real with herself. Like, I would like to see her sit down with a Iyanla Vanzant or something.
Ooh, that would be dope.
I would love to see that conversation and how it plays out. Because you when I realized that when she was talking to Jamal Bryant and other people that she sat down and talked with, when they hit a pain point, she would say, oh, I love that question. I love that you asked me that, right?
Yep.
She would flip it and she would turn whatever emotions that she feel were stirring up inside of her, and she would flip it, and then she would explain word salad of why she was doing what she was doing or said what she said. And she would cut people off. She would, at one point he was trying to ask her different questions and trying to get to certain, resolutions, and she would cut them off. And somebody like Yvonne, excuse me, how do her name? Iyanla Vanzant, yes. Someone like her would not let that occur.
At all.
She would stop her. She would make her deal with what is asked. She would hold her accountable. So, I would love a conversation like that to take place. And someone like Cheyenne Bryant, when it comes to the clashing of the male versus female, and which it shouldn't be, because we need each other, so we should be working together. But Absolutely. She is someone that would keep women on one side and keep the man on the other side, because she's only thinking about herself. She's only being selfish, and that's no way. You can't join with a man being selfish. You just you just can't. I remember seeing in one interview, someone said, oh, well, would you keep a man? She's like, oh no, I'm not keeping a man. He can keep me, but I'm not keeping a man. Right? And so that tells me you have no intention on truly putting in the work that you talk about to be with him. Because any man, when you think of being kept, most people think of the man keeping the woman, right? When women keep men, they just keep them in a different way that men keep women. Men provide that security. The men provide the protection, and they supply for the house and things of that nature. But a woman keeps a man in a totally different way than a man keeps a woman.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that she wants to keep a man in that way. And in that way, it's being selfless. And I don't think she wants to be selfless. She says that she's in a time of her life where she's doing the choosing. And so keeping the man and really, catering to his needs is not something that she's willing to do unless she gets all this access that she's asking for.
Mm-hmm.
And so I played it so women realize that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. When you come in saying, "Oh, well, I'm going to need this and I'm going to need that." No, there's a way that you communicate your standards without trying to strip a man of the things that he holds close to him and barely knows you. You just don't come in asking for those things. Her childhood also played a role in it. Her childhood, again, her mother got strung out on the drugs that her father was selling.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so that's what she saw growing up. She didn't want the guy that was at the library. She didn't want the guy that was studying to better himself.
Right.
You can't tell me those are the guys that she wanted.
Yeah.
She said she wasn't brought up to look for a man or she wasn't brought up to be a gold digger. No, those are the men who had money were the men you naturally were drawn to because that was your dad. If they ain't have money, you wasn't even trying to talk to them.
Yeah.
You weren't even trying to talk to them. And at some point, yes, she went to school, she did something with her life, but at the end of the day, she still has the mentality of that street girl. I believe she turned into her father. She turned into the man who was raising her. She really did.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's crazy where when you look at the state that we're in right now, that people will sit back and put this woman up on a platform as if she's the authority of anything. It's wild to me. That's why when I looked at the interview that she did with what's the quarterback name? Cam Newton. And I seen how he dealt with her. I was like, what?
Did he deal with her?
They were all weird. Even with Nick Cannon, weird. They're weirdos when it comes down to these type of women. And it's just weird to me to see that men drop the ball. You got the opportunity right now. And this is the thing. You don't have to be a man you don't have to be barbaric, right? Because I think we are smart enough where we can have these conversations, man, where we can expose a lot of things through conversation. And I think that Cam Newton, what I thought that Cam Newton at the time was at least intelligent enough where he can have the conversation where it would expose the things by having a conversation.
Because you could have been intelligent, but he's not a good what you call it, moderator.
He's not a good moderator.
Not a good interviewer like that. He's got to learn that craft. But let me tell you, when she's gonna not be popular when she stops giving views. I think people put her on the podcast because they get a certain amount of views for her being there.
Yeah.
And once those numbers go down enough where the juice ain't worth the squeeze, she's gonna stop getting invited.
Yeah,
I think that's what's gonna happen, and I don't know when that's gonna happen.
Because they're relying on that the clicks and views, right? That's they're relying on it. It's not anything what these guys are doing where people are going to refer to it 10, 15 years later. It's not. It's just going to be they're going to have to clip that shit out. That's why I was saying let me end with this. So what you were showing Precious, that video that you showed with her being on the panel, Jeff Brown was on there, whatever. Let me tell you something. If you go on there and you start looking at those shows, man, them shows are some dope shows. Because the things that we're talking about right now, they were already talking about them 11 years ago, right? Like the biggest, I guess that's where it's weird to me. That's why when you guys hear Jeff and he comes and you know how he and he gets frustrated, it's because he was privy to be on those panels 10, 11, 12 years ago that were already talking about the things that are brought up now, right? It wasn't popular then. So it gets to a point where people, you know, I can get frustrated too myself, but I understand this is what we need to still talk about. This is, unfortunately, this is the thing. I'm a military guy. So one of the things that we deal with is redundancy. Every day, all day, the same thing, over and over and over again. I understand what the purpose of redundancy is. That's what it's going to be in there. It's going to be like second nature to you, right? This is what redundancy is. So the thing is this, and I'm going to end this right here. Man, this was a good show. This was a great show. This is a great show, man. I you know, normally our pain, I'm just, you know, you catch me once in a while where I'll just be talking, man. But sometimes I just be so fucking quiet where I guess, is this what they call anointment or something like that? Where you just, it's like a joy that you get where you just like, damn, this shit spoke to me tonight. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end it like this. Great show. This is a great show. I'm going to watch it again tomorrow. Forget it. I'm going to watch it tomorrow.
Coach Ferg, final thoughts?
I mean, you know, always interesting topics, always good conversation, and I like to hear different perspectives. You know, I'm just an old ugly dude just trying to give my perspective on what I've seen throughout my life and seen the changes, you know. And, you know, I do make reference to my favorite generation often, but I can also, when I look at brothers like R-Pain and JT and us older guys, we had a time when we were younger where we could at least have some form of unity within our neighborhoods. There was some form of collaboration with the young guys. You know, we talked each other off these ledges and we tried to give each other our best insight. Whether we knew it or not, we sort of spoke in a way, well, from what I remember, it may not have been everywhere, some people, but, you know, we didn't let our guys crash out over the girl who was driving them up a wall. You know, we tried to give them some sense about it. You know, today it's a lot different. Guys are, and I can say, you know, guys accepted things from a woman. Most guys will accept certain things from a woman. The one thing guys really couldn't stand is the fact that their woman is sleeping with another man. Mm-hmm. If a guy declared a woman his woman, the one thing that would get him to crash out is if she's sleeping with another man. You know, but today, you know, they're more accepting of it. They're going to sort of allow her to do her thing, put a strap on, and maybe give him a little bit. You know, which is scary though. I mean, you know, and it's unfortunate, like sisters like, you know, Cheyenne Bryant, she could be in a really good position to change the dynamic of young women and how to move forward. But she's in that age group where she's had to fail relationships and she's, you know, and you ain't going no year with a man talking about you holding out. You are using that man for everything that he's had. But I'm gonna shut up with this, man. I don't know shit. I just know I ain't going back out there on that dating pool. Y'all can have that old dusty, musty, I ain't taking a bath. Ain't nobody ain't shit life. Y'all can have it. Don't bring your ass over here because my German Shepherd bites. I don't want none of that shit. If my wife was to leave me today, I'll be okay. I'm gonna walk around with $40 a day in my pocket. If you want some, you know what you gotta do for that 40. 60 in the back. But
60 in the back. Nah.
I don't know, man. It's just, you know, it's just unfortunate that we're supposed to be the smartest, but we moving like the dumbest. And our future will probably be at zero. Our wealth will probably be at zero in the next 25 years. So I don't know what to say.
Well,
thank you so much, Coach Ferg. I appreciate you. R-Pain, final thought?
Yeah, man. I don't know. Listen, one of the things just being up here is just your reflection of things. You know, I mean, even the relationship with my wife. Going back over the years, I think about some of the decisions I made or some of the way I am. Some of the things I wish I would have done, not out of regret. I wish I would have figured some shit out earlier, than I have now, right? I mean, and still, it never really changed. Even with my wife and how we solve problems now has evolved, right? Because when I used to tell her I need you to do this, that, and the other thing, I used to forget one part. The part was, yeah, I need you to do this and that, but here's how you could do it. Here's some suggestions on how we could move to the next level. Here's where, and I just had a recent example of that. I said, just telling her to do something is not enough, but here's some possible solutions to that too, so she didn't have to figure it out. Yeah. And if my recommendation was good enough, then I got what I needed, right? And sometimes I forgot. I always knew that when I worked. When people used to work, don't just give me your problems. Tell me how you think you want to fix it. Shit, man, that shit would work. It works everywhere. So I mean, you start to think. So my reflection, I reflect on a lot of stuff. And the one thing that's really salacious, and that's short 7, and this is a different topic, but the short 7 to maybe 8 years that from 17 to 26, when I was exploring the Royal Oaks, man, I have more. Listen, not because it was 100 million different girls. I had so many different types of relationships that everything I hear is like nothing new under the sun. The baby mamas, I had a couple of them. I lived with a girl before. All this kind of stuff. My first experience was a good one, which I think was a great thing for me, right? Because it was good, right? So I didn't have no negative feelings about even getting broken into the situation of having sex. The girl who was a little older. So I learned stuff, and when we said that, the hate banging, I really never hate banged a chick. I never really did that. I gotta say, I never really did that. I know I had one where we teased each other, and then somehow fate had it, and things went on, and it was beautiful. But I liked all the girlfriends, all the girls I had sex with. I liked. I did, and I think that's weird, right? But I think that's weird. I mean, it's weird from the standpoint I took a little bit out of all of that kind of stuff. If my wife told me, hey, husband, all the men I had sex with, I learned something, I wouldn't take it the same way. I wouldn't take it the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Live and learn. I mean,
so I said, anyway, but the bottom line is, this is a good show. I mean, they just help you reflect. When we talk about it with fellas everybody has their own point of view. Sometimes we disagree. Frank came out and said, yeah, I understand what Frank was, right? The kind of stuff he did in the neighborhood, maybe with the drugs and all that kind of stuff. I was around those guys. Some of my best friends were doing that. I avoided that. I avoided that one way or the other. And it was not because I was smarter. I went to Catholic school. Yeah. Everybody else, all my boys went to public school. I went from the, what's it? First grade to 12. They were changing stuff. They were skipping school. I never did any of it. We hung out, but when they got into the dumb shit, I was gone. So and we were in the same neighborhood, but still, so I feel like I dodged a bullet that way. Yeah. Probably because I was chicken shit, maybe. That might have something to do with it too.
You had good people in your family too,
and you were smart.
There's a healthy fear too, like you know what I mean. Like there's a healthy fear that turns into a respect level for your authority that's over you. So
in danger. They used to go to the train yard at night in New York City to just paint on the damn the graffiti that era, right? I mean, the train yard, the third rail and all that shit. Out there painting around the third rail. I said, I'm not doing that.
That's dangerous as hell, man.
Dangerous like a motherfucker.
I'm not doing that. Anyway, so I'm just kind of rambling, but these with my channel and all this stuff, we get a chance to talk about, put what you're thinking out there. Yeah. And you're not a broadcaster, you're not a professional at it and all that kind of stuff. but you get a chance to have a voice, and you get one or two people who actually want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
You know, and whether they agree or disagree, it's really something different, you know. So it's good, man. Just my retirement age is when you have to find something to do. This is not a bad thing to do. It's not. It's not. Now I got to figure out how to get monetized.
All right, let's work on it, bro. Let's get you monetized. It ain't as hard
Anyway,
as you think.
so I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I appreciate
Thank you, Precious, for letting me up. You know, so I was looking forward to tonight. I was glad it's tonight instead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
I needed my fix. I needed my Precious fix.
Great show, man. Great show.
Frank, final thoughts.
I'm not gonna be long because I'm tired as hell. But great show as usual. For everybody who was tapped in and tuned in, man, definitely hope that y'all got something out of it, because I always do, man. Whether it's on Wednesday or whether it's on Thursday, pretty privilege does exist, fellas. We just have to like get to the, when you want to get to the root cause of something, like, you know what I'm saying? Yes, like that woman is around because she looks good, and she has and she can bring up those sexual things in conversation, because it's gonna make a lot of men out there wonder what it is. And oh man, she look good. Look at those. Look at this, and that, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just gonna send people to her channel, to whatever she own, or looking her up online just to see what her body look like in person. That's it. And then, after that, man, listen, man, just character type of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Moral compass, integrity, things like that. Those are all things that also make up your character. It's a lot of shit that we can do. It's a lot of pastors that was, drug dealers in the past. Yes, like they're good people now. They was not when they were doing it. Just like I was not when I was doing it. There is some, so there is a lot of duality in everything we do. That's why the saying that two things can be right, two things can be true at the same time exist. And so, like, we just gotta, definitely be cautious and shit like that about what we say sometimes. But other than that, I'm good to go. You know what I'm saying? Love y'all, man. Great panel. If you like the vibe over here, make sure you like, comment, subscribe over here. You know what I'm saying? Because we gonna help Miss Precious grow as much as we possibly can, and we just here along the ride, man. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you guys again. And y'all know what I say all the time. Be real with yourself so you can be real with others. All right, guys. Now we know StreamYard. Look. All right, y'all.
Peace.